252 million years ago, our planet almost died. This wasn't a slow decline. It was a swift, brutal, almost total planetary execution. Scientists give it a sterile name, the Permian-Triassic extinction. A more honest name? The Great Dying. In what amounts to a geological instant, 96% of all life in the oceans vanished. 70% of all life on land disappeared. The world fell into a profound, terrifying silence that would last for 10 million years. For decades, we blamed volcanoes, or asteroids, or climate change. But the rock layers from that boundary, the thin black scar that marks the Earth's greatest trauma, tell a different story. They contain anomalous concentrations of rare metals, vast fields of melted glass, and carbon isotope ratios that indicate the simultaneous combustion of every fossil fuel reserve on the planet. You heard that right, all of them, at once. These aren't the fingerprints of a natural disaster. They are the precise, unmistakable signatures of nuclear warfare. Warfare, conducted on a scale so vast, it simply defies imagination. The evidence, written in the stone of our world, suggests that the closest life has ever come to being completely extinguished wasn't an accident. It was an act. It's a chilling possibility, isn't it? It forces you to look at our planet's history in a completely new light. Not as a slow, linear progression, but as a series of repeating cycles. The rock beneath our feet becomes a library of these cycles, a silent testament to those who came before. In the quiet hum of laboratories, surrounded by the scent of old stone and the glow of mass spectrometers, scientists have found something that challenges our entire understanding of the past. They've found identical nuclear fingerprints, these same unmistakable signatures of advanced atomic processes, locked within ancient rock layers on 6 different continents. This isn't a single anomalous finding. It's not some curious footnote in a dusty geological survey. It's a persistent, global pattern. A ghostly echo that reverberates through deep time, whispering a story we're only now beginning to comprehend. Take the vast, windswept steppes of Kazakhstan. Here, where the sky is a colossal, unending dome, geologists have mapped out vast atomic grid patterns. You can see it on a satellite map, not a map of cities and roads, but of subtle isotopic variations in the Earth itself. These aren't random clusters. They form a precise, geometric lattice that stretches for hundreds, even thousands of kilometers. A network of faint radioactive traces. They're so faint they are detectable only by the most sensitive instruments, yet so clearly organized that they can only be the result of intelligent design. These signatures are consistent with the fallout from controlled, sustained nuclear reactions. A kind of ghost infrastructure left by a civilization that powered itself by splitting the atom. Now, let your mind journey to the other side of the world, to the sun-scorched landscapes of South Africa. Here, deep beneath the surface, in the gold and uranium mines that burrow into the planet's crust, another part of the pattern emerges. Rings of radiation, concentric circles of specific isotopic anomalies, some the size of entire states. They're like the ripples left in a pond by a dropped stone. Except these ripples are frozen in rock that is billions of years old. And the stone that was dropped wasn't a stone at all. It was an event of unimaginable nuclear power. Let that sink in for a moment. We're talking about evidence of intelligent, large-scale nuclear activity written into the very fabric of continents, billions of years ago. It's one thing to find an anomaly. It's another to find a pattern on this scale. Our journey then takes us to the ancient lands of India, to the Thar Desert. Legends here have long spoken of a great and terrible fire that melted sand into glass. And you know what? Archaeologists and geologists have discovered ancient glass fields there. Vast stretches of vitrified earth, stretching over thousands of square miles. This isn't the work of lightning strikes or volcanic activity. This is trinitite. It's the same glassy substance created at the Trinity site in New Mexico when the first atomic bomb was detonated. The chemical composition, the isotopic ratios, the sheer scale of the vitrification, it all points to a single terrifying conclusion. A nuclear event of such magnitude that it turned a region larger than some countries into a sheet of dark, glistening glass. These signatures, these atomic fingerprints, found in Kazakhstan, South Africa, India, and across North America, Europe, and Australia, they match perfectly. With an almost mathematical precision, they line up with those created by our own modern nuclear bomb tests. They're the unmistakable calling cards of nuclear fission. Yet here's the paradox that has sent a quiet shockwave through the scientific community. These signatures are locked in rocks, not thousands of years old, but tens of millions, and in some cases, billions of years old. This isn't a fringe theory, whispered in late-night conversations. This isn't published in obscure journals. This is peer-reviewed data. It's data that has been scrutinized, debated, and ultimately confirmed. Data emerging from the world's leading universities and geological institutions. It is a body of evidence that points to something extraordinary, something that shatters the very foundations of our history. What it suggests, with a quiet and persistent insistence, is the existence of advanced civilizations. Civilizations mastering the atom long before the first humans walked the earth. These were civilizations that rose to incredible technological heights and then vanished. Vanished without a trace, leaving behind only these faint, radioactive ghosts as their final testament. If this pattern is real, if our planet has hosted multiple cycles of technological life, it changes everything. Everything we thought we knew about our place in history, our uniqueness, and our ultimate destiny. This brings us to the year 1980, to the rolling, sun-drenched hills of Italy. A quiet morning of fieldwork there cracked open one of the most unsettling questions in all of science. A question that echoes from the distant past and hangs heavy over our future. Are we really the first? It's a simple question, but the implications are staggering. This discovery in Italy is one of those rare scientific moments. A single, unexpected data point that pulls on a thread, unraveling our entire tapestry of knowledge. Let me tell you exactly what Walter Alvarez found that morning. Why it changes everything we thought we knew about our planet's history. And why it serves as the gateway to this even deeper, more profound mystery. Walter Alvarez, a geologist from the University of California, Berkeley, was doing what geologists do. He was patiently, methodically examining the Earth's diary, reading the stories told in layers of sediment and rock. He was in the hills near Gubbio, Italy, a landscape of ancient towns and cypress trees, studying layers of limestone that most people would walk right past without a second thought. He wasn't looking for anything revolutionary. His goal was far more modest. He was trying to solve a specific puzzle, a cold case that was 65 million years old. What caused the sudden and catastrophic disappearance of the dinosaurs? Back then, in the late 1970s, the prevailing scientific consensus was that the dinosaurs had simply faded away. They had gradually died out over a period of millions of years. Maybe it was slow, creeping climate change. Maybe it was a new and virulent disease. Maybe they were outcompeted by the rise of small, adaptable mammals. The explanations were numerous, but they all shared one common feature. They were gradual. Nobody seriously considered a sudden, cataclysmic event. Walter was examining a very peculiar, very thin layer of clay. It was perhaps only a few centimeters thick. A dark, unimpressive seam sandwiched between two thick layers of limestone. But this thin layer was profoundly significant. It sat right at the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, the precise moment in the geological record where the rich and diverse fossil record of the dinosaurs suddenly and completely stops. Below this layer, a world teeming with colossal life. Above it, silence. The age of reptiles had ended, and the age of mammals had begun, all in this single slender line of clay. So much of our world's story is written in these tiny, overlooked details. A thin line of clay that represents the end of an entire geological era. It makes you wonder what future geologists will find from our time. Here, on this quiet Italian hillside, the story pivots from a simple geological puzzle to a profound cosmic revelation. This clay, this marker of planetary extinction, contains something that simply should not have been there: a metal called iridium. Now, why does this single element matter so much? Iridium is a member of the platinum group of metals. It's incredibly dense, incredibly hard, and incredibly rare on the surface of the Earth. Most of our planet's native iridium sank deep into the core during its molten formation billions of years ago. We're talking about concentrations in the Earth's crust so infinitesimally low that you'd have to sift through many tons of ordinary rock just to find a few tiny, almost undetectable traces. It's one of the rarest stable elements in our terrestrial environment. But in Walter's clay sample, the iridium levels weren't just slightly elevated. They were 30 times higher than the normal background level. 30 times. That's like core drilling into a random patch of Antarctic ice and finding a perfectly preserved tropical flower. It's like walking through a quiet library and hearing a symphony orchestra suddenly erupt from a single book. It just doesn't happen naturally. Walter Alvarez and his father, the Nobel laureate physicist Luis Alvarez, they puzzled over this anomaly. Where could this impossible concentration of iridium have come from? It wasn't terrestrial. It had to be extraterrestrial. The highest concentrations of iridium in our solar system are found not on Earth, but in asteroids and comets. The primitive building blocks left over from the formation of the planets. This single discovery led them to a bold and, at the time, highly controversial hypothesis: the asteroid impact theory. They proposed that a massive space rock, a colossal asteroid some 10 kilometers in diameter and rich in iridium, had slammed into the Earth 65 million years ago. The impact would have released more energy than all the world's nuclear arsenals combined. It would have thrown a thick cloud of dust, debris, and vaporized iridium into the atmosphere. This cloud would have enveloped the globe, blocking out the sun for years. It would have caused a global winter that led to the collapse of the food chain and the extinction of the dinosaurs. The thin layer of iridium-rich clay found in Gubbio, and subsequently all around the world, was the fallout from this single catastrophic event. And they were absolutely spectacularly right. The discovery of the Chicxulub crater, buried beneath the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, provided the final, definitive proof. That asteroid impact 65 million years ago was one of the most devastating events in our planet's history. But here's where our own story takes an even more unsettling turn. When other scientists, inspired by the Alvarez hypothesis, began looking closer at this and other extinction boundaries in the geological record, they found something far more terrifying than an asteroid. They found additional signatures, different signatures, hiding in plain sight within the data. Isotope patterns that did not match the profile of an asteroid or any other known natural process. They were isotope patterns that matched exactly, with chilling precision, what we see today in the soil and rock around sites of nuclear weapons testing. These were not signatures from asteroids, not from volcanoes, not from any natural process known to science. They were the unmistakable fingerprints of controlled nuclear reactions. The aha moment for Alvarez was iridium. For these other scientists, it was something far more modern and far more terrifying, a signature that we ourselves created. When we detonated the first atomic bombs in the deserts of Nevada and later in other locations during the 1950s and 60s, those explosions created a unique and very specific cocktail of radioactive isotopes. Elements like plutonium-239, uranium-235, and xenon-135 in very specific ratios. You can think of them as atomic fingerprints or a kind of nuclear DNA that can only be produced by the process of man-made nuclear fission. These fingerprints get embedded in everything around the blast site, in the soil, in the rocks, even in the bones of animals unfortunate enough to be nearby. They are a permanent, indelible scar on the atomic landscape. And here's the crucial piece of information. The part that connects this discovery back to the global pattern I showed you at the very beginning. These nuclear fingerprints, these unique isotopic ratios, are incredibly long-lasting. They remain detectable for millions upon millions of years. And scientists, in the quiet pursuit of their research, have found these exact same atomic fingerprints in rock layers across the entire globe. Not just in Italy, and not just from one time period. We're talking about Kazakhstan, South Africa, the Colorado Plateau, the ice cores of Greenland. Nuclear signatures appearing in multiple geological epochs, each separated by vast chasms of deep time, millions of years apart. If this has already sent your mind racing with questions, with a sense of wonder and perhaps a touch of unease about what this truly means, then you're in the right place. We're peeling back the thin veneer of accepted history to gaze into a chasm of lost time that is far deeper and more mysterious than we ever imagined. What you're feeling is the cognitive dissonance of a paradigm beginning to shift. I'm genuinely curious, though, as you lie there, listening. What time is it where you are right now? Is the moon high in the sky, or is the sun just beginning to dip below the horizon? Are you winding down after a long and taxing day, seeking a sanctuary for your mind? Or maybe you can't sleep because your mind is already spinning with questions, with a restless curiosity that brought you here tonight. Take a moment to just be present. Feel the weight of your body, the gentle rhythm of your breath. Now get comfortable. Perhaps pull your blanket up a little higher, and let's journey together. Let's uncover what might be the most important archaeological and geological discovery that almost nobody is talking about. Because the pattern is unmistakable. It's a pattern that suggests coordinated nuclear activity on a global scale, occurring multiple times throughout Earth's history. Long before the first human beings developed agriculture, let alone atomic weapons. I can almost hear what you're thinking as you settle deeper into your pillow. This sounds like the plot of a novel, doesn't it? It sounds like something from a late-night documentary about ancient aliens carving Nazca lines or building pyramids with impossible technologies. And if this information were coming from those sources, I would share your skepticism. I'd be the first to dismiss it. But here's what made me a believer. What forced me to confront this uncomfortable and paradigm-shattering evidence. This isn't coming from fringe researchers or authors selling sensational books about UFOs. We are talking about meticulously researched, peer-reviewed papers. Papers published in legitimate, highly respected scientific journals. We're talking about data collected by geologists from Stanford, physicists from MIT, climatologists from Harvard, researchers with credentials so impeccable they would make your college professors deeply envious. The data itself is rock solid. The measurements have been verified, the samples cross-checked, the methodologies scrutinized. What's controversial, what sends a tremor of unease through the halls of academia, isn't the evidence itself, it's what the evidence means. Because accepting the existence of these ancient nuclear signatures means accepting a reality that is profoundly unsettling. It means accepting that technologically advanced civilizations, capable of harnessing the power of the atom, have risen and fallen on our planet multiple times throughout its long and tumultuous geological history. It's a heavy thought, the idea that our entire civilization might just be the latest chapter in a book that's been written and erased over and over again. Think about this for a moment. Let this idea truly sink in. If our human civilization were to end tomorrow, if every man, woman, and child were to vanish from the face of the earth in an instant, what would remain in 65 million years? What testament to our existence would survive the slow, grinding passage of deep time? Our magnificent cities, our soaring skyscrapers of glass and steel, they would crumble into dust. The steel would rust away into fine red powder. The concrete would break down into its constituent parts of sand and gravel. Even our most enduring plastics, our synthetic polymers designed to last for centuries, would eventually break down under the relentless assault of sunlight, erosion, and microbial action. They'd become a thin, almost undetectable chemical seam in a future layer of rock. Our great works of art would vanish. Our libraries of knowledge would turn to dust. In 65 million years, a future geologist would find almost no direct evidence of our global, technological society. But our nuclear signatures, the specific isotopes created by our atomic tests, by accidents like Chernobyl, by the operation of every nuclear power plant that ever existed, those would still be there. They would be clearly, unambiguously detectable in the rock layers of the future. They would be the clearest, most undeniable proof that an advanced technological civilization once existed on this planet. And that is precisely what we're finding in Earth's geological record today. Layer after layer of these nuclear signatures. These atomic ghosts. Each one representing a different civilization that achieved atomic technology and then vanished. Vanished so completely, so utterly, that we're only now, with our most sensitive instruments, beginning to recognize that they ever existed at all. Walter Alvarez, on that quiet morning in the Italian countryside, probably had no idea that his meticulous work would crack open questions this profound, this existentially challenging. Sometimes the most earth-shattering discoveries don't come from grand, expensive experiments. They come from the most ordinary moments. They come from someone just paying close attention, noticing a small detail that doesn't quite fit the established narrative. But the implications of what Walter found, and what others found after him, go far, far beyond the realm of archaeology or geology. If Earth has indeed been a cradle for multiple technological civilizations, then intelligence might not be the rare, miraculous cosmic accident we have long believed it to be. It might be something that emerges naturally, a common and recurring phenomenon. Whenever the right conditions persist for long enough, life may not just exist. It may be driven to understand, to build, to harness the fundamental forces of the universe. Yet here is the dark side of that realization, the chilling counterpoint to this hopeful idea. Every single previous civilization that left its nuclear signatures in our planet's geological record eventually disappeared. Every single one. They mastered atomic energy. They probably achieved feats of science and engineering that we can't even begin to imagine. And then they vanished. Vanished so thoroughly that their soaring cities, their vast knowledge, their very existence is now nothing more than a faint isotopic anomaly in a thin layer of ancient rock. It's the silence that's so deafening, isn't it? The silence between the layers. The ghost of a scream frozen in stone. This brings us to the question that has been haunting me. A quiet, persistent whisper in the back of my mind, ever since I started researching this story. A question that I now pose to you as you drift in the calm space between wakefulness and sleep. Are we simply following the same well-trodden path? Are we just the latest civilization in a vast repeating cycle of technological rise and catastrophic fall that has been playing out for hundreds of millions of years? The nuclear evidence written in the stone beneath our feet suggests a pattern, a rhythm. It speaks of a great filter, a recurring challenge that intelligent life seems to face whenever it unlocks the power of the atom. And if that pattern holds true, then understanding what happened to our predecessors, to these ghost civilizations of deep time, isn't just a fascinating topic for a late-night monologue. It might be the single most important key to our own survival. As we settle in for tonight's journey deeper into this mystery, I want you to consider this. Right now, in the ground far beneath where you are lying, in the silent, compressed layers of ancient Earth, lie the atomic signatures of civilizations that achieved everything we have achieved, and probably so much more. They split atoms, they harnessed nuclear energy, they reshaped their world, and they left messages for us, not in words, but in isotopes. Messages in the rock that we're only now, in our own atomic age, learning to decode. And then, after each message, there is only silence. A civilization erased. A world reset. What we're about to discover next will show you that these nuclear signatures aren't scattered randomly through Earth's history. There's a distinct pattern to where and when they appear. A pattern that suggests something far more organized and far more intentional than random technological accidents or a series of isolated nuclear wars. Now, here is where things get truly, deeply unsettling. Because once you understand the specific, indelible ways that nuclear explosions leave their mark on the world, you begin to see these signatures everywhere. And I mean everywhere. Hidden in plain sight in geological data that has been sitting in archives for decades. Let me take you on a journey to one of the most remote and ancient places on Earth, Gabon, a country on the Atlantic coast of Central Africa covered in dense, ancient rainforest. In 1972, French scientists were performing routine analyses on uranium ore that had been shipped from the Oklo mine. They were checking the concentration of a specific isotope, uranium-235, the fissile material used in both nuclear reactors and weapons. They expected to find the standard concentration, 0.720%, which is consistent across all known natural uranium deposits on Earth, on the Moon, and even in meteorites. It's a fundamental constant of our solar system. But the uranium from Oklo was different. It had a significantly lower concentration of U-235, around 0.717%. It was as if some of the fissile material was missing. The only known process that could account for this discrepancy was nuclear fission. The missing U-235 had been burned in a nuclear chain reaction. The scientists discovered something that should have been impossible. The uranium ore body at Oklo showed clear, irrefutable evidence of sustained nuclear chain reactions that had occurred naturally, approximately 2 billion years ago. Let that sink in. 2 billion years ago. Long before the first multicellular life had even evolved, nature itself, through a unique combination of geological conditions, somehow created a series of natural nuclear reactors. These reactors operated in pulses for hundreds of thousands of years. Groundwater seeping into the rich uranium deposit acted as a neutron moderator, slowing the neutrons down to allow a chain reaction to begin. As the reaction heated up, the water boiled away, stopping the reaction. Then, as it cooled, water would seep back in, and the process would start all over again. The scientific establishment was quick to explain this phenomenon, and rightly so. They demonstrated how a very specific and rare set of geological conditions, high uranium concentration, the presence of groundwater, and a lack of neutron-absorbing elements, could lead to this incredible natural wonder. And they're probably right about Oklo. Nature, given enough time and the right set of circumstances, can produce some truly incredible and unexpected things. But here is what kept me digging deeper into this rabbit hole. What the Oklo discovery proves beyond any doubt. It proves a crucial point. Nuclear reactions, whether natural or artificial, leave unmistakable and incredibly durable signatures in the geological record. Signatures that can survive for billions of years. Isotope ratios of elements like neodymium and ruthenium and the depletion of U-235 are so distinctive that scientists can identify them immediately, even after eons of geological activity have passed. So if a series of natural, relatively low-power nuclear reactions can be so easily detected after 2 billion years, then artificial nuclear reactions from powerful weapons, from advanced power plants, from technologies we can't even conceive of, should be even easier to spot in the geological record. And that is exactly what researchers, once they knew what to look for, started finding. It's always the follow-up questions that lead to the most interesting places, isn't it? The what-if that comes after the initial discovery. Oklo was the key that unlocked a door we never knew was there. Let's go back to Kazakhstan. In the vast uranium deposits that stretch across this immense Central Asian country, geologists have discovered isotopic ratios that do not match the profile of natural nuclear reactions like those at Oklo. They match, with terrifying precision, the signatures of weapons-grade nuclear material. We are talking about the kind of highly enriched uranium and specific fission byproducts that can only be produced by precisely controlled nuclear fission, the kind designed for maximum explosive yield, the kind we create in our most advanced enrichment facilities. The problem? The geological formations where these signatures are found, the rocks themselves, formed 50 million years ago. 50 million years before the first primates, let alone humans, learned to make fire, let alone split atoms. I remember the first time I read through this data. I was sitting in my study late at night, the only light coming from my computer screen. And I actually laughed out loud. It wasn't a laugh of humor, but of pure, unadulterated disbelief. The absurdity of it was overwhelming. It's like finding a perfectly machined titanium smartphone buried deep within the foundations of an ancient Egyptian pyramid. It simply does not compute with our established, linear understanding of history. But the evidence, cold and impartial, just kept piling up. Journey with me now, deep into the gold mines of South Africa. For over a century, miners working in these deep, dark tunnels have been finding these strange, perfectly spherical metallic objects. They call them the Klerksdorp spheres. They're found embedded in layers of pyrophyllite, a mineral deposit that is a staggering 2.8 billion years old. That is not a typo. Billion with a B. This is more than half the age of the Earth itself. These are not just random rounded rocks. We're talking about objects with a level of precision that defies natural explanation. Many of them are perfectly balanced, so much so that they can spin on their axis with almost no friction. Some have fine, parallel grooves precisely carved around their circumference. This is the kind of precision that requires advanced manufacturing techniques, advanced metallurgy. When scientists analyzed these spheres using modern methods, they found trace amounts of isotopes that do not occur naturally on Earth. Isotopes that are known byproducts of nuclear reactions. Now, I want to be very clear about something. I am not saying that ancient aliens came down and left behind their cosmic bowling balls. What I am saying is that the evidence, when viewed without the prejudice of our preconceived notions of history, suggests that technological activity on Earth extends much, much further back in time than we ever imagined. And here's the part that truly gets me. The part that suggests a level of organization that is difficult to comprehend. The distribution pattern of these nuclear signatures and related artifacts is not random. When you plot them on a global map, they don't appear as isolated, disconnected points. They appear in distinct clusters, and these clusters are often connected by what look like ancient transportation networks or energy grids. The grid pattern in Kazakhstan, the concentric rings in South Africa, the straight lines of microscopic metallic spheres in Colorado. It's almost as if we are looking at the ghostly remains of a global civilization. A civilization that used nuclear technology not just for weapons, but for energy, for industry, perhaps even for feats we cannot yet comprehend, like space travel or large-scale terraforming. It's the scale of it that is so hard to grasp, not just isolated incidents, but a global, coordinated presence. What kind of civilization could achieve that? And where did they go? Let me paint you a more vivid picture of what nuclear technology really does to the environment on an atomic level. When we detonated those atomic bombs in the Nevada desert during the Cold War, the explosions didn't just create craters and mushroom clouds. They fundamentally, irrevocably altered the atomic structure of everything within miles of ground zero. The intense heat turned sand into glass, the trinitite we discussed earlier. The intense neutron flux transformed stable elements in the soil into new, radioactive isotopes that don't exist in nature. The very composition of rainwater was altered for years afterward, carrying radioactive fallout across the continent. These signatures are so distinctive that forensic geologists can still identify them today with ease, more than half a century later. Now multiply that effect by hundreds or perhaps thousands of nuclear detonations, spread across different continents and different geological time periods. What you get is a pattern of atomic fingerprints that tells a story. A story of repeated large-scale nuclear activity spanning millions and millions of years of our planet's hidden history. But here is the part of the story that truly made me lose sleep. The part that suggests we are dealing with something beyond our current scientific paradigms. Some of these ancient nuclear signatures, particularly those found in the deepest and oldest geological strata, show isotope ratios that we have never seen before. Ratios that suggest nuclear technologies that are more advanced, more powerful, and perhaps even based on different physical principles than anything we have yet developed. Think about that for a moment. We, in our modern age, have spent the last 80 years pushing the very boundaries of nuclear science. We've built thermonuclear bombs that can level entire cities. We've constructed fission reactors that can power millions of homes. We've built massive particle accelerators that can recreate the conditions that existed moments after the birth of the universe. We consider ourselves to be at the pinnacle of nuclear understanding. And yet, Buried deep in the geological record of our own planet are nuclear signatures that suggest our predecessors achieved things we haven't even figured out how to do yet. They weren't just splitting atoms in the same way we do. They were manipulating matter and energy on a level that our current science can only theorize about. I keep coming back to this one single haunting question. If these ancient civilizations possessed nuclear technology that was superior to our own, what happened to them? Why did they disappear so completely that we are only now, like archaeological detectives, finding the faintest traces of their existence? The geological evidence suggests they didn't just fade away gradually over time. These nuclear signatures often appear in concentrated bursts in specific geological layers, followed by vast, empty periods of silence. It's as if these civilizations achieved incredible technological heights with breathtaking speed, and then suddenly, catastrophically, vanished. One theory, the most obvious and perhaps the most chilling, is that they destroyed themselves. That nuclear technology, no matter how advanced, no matter how well managed, carries with it inherent risks that even highly intelligent civilizations cannot avoid forever. Perhaps the same incredible power that allowed them to build their world-spanning societies also, inevitably, sealed their fate. Or perhaps, and this is a thought that is even more unsettling, something else destroyed them. Something from outside. Something we haven't even begun to consider. What I find most profoundly unsettling in all of this is that we, in our modern world, might be following the exact same technological pathway. We discovered nuclear fission. We immediately weaponized it. We are now struggling to harness its power for clean energy, while living under the constant shadow of nuclear annihilation. It's almost as if there is a predictable, almost predetermined sequence that intelligent species follow once they start manipulating matter at the atomic level. And every previous civilization on this planet that followed this path to its conclusion left its nuclear signatures in the geological record and then disappeared into silence. This is such a critical point. The evidence from places like Kazakhstan and South Africa suggests that achieving nuclear technology might be a natural, inevitable stage in the development of any advanced civilization. It's as natural as learning to use fire or developing a written language. Eventually, if a species is intelligent enough, curious enough, it will figure out how to split the atom. But the pattern also suggests that this very same technology might be what scientists call a great filter. An evolutionary hurdle that is incredibly, profoundly difficult to survive. Most species that reach this level of technological prowess simply don't make it to the next stage. Which brings us right back to that uncomfortable, deeply personal question. Are we, in our time, about to repeat a history we never even knew was written? As we dig deeper into the mystery of these ancient atomic signatures, we will discover that some of the evidence points to technologies that dwarf even our most advanced current nuclear capabilities. Signatures that suggest our predecessors didn't just split atoms, they may have learned to manipulate the fundamental forces of the universe itself. And the story of how we are slowly, painstakingly decoding these ancient nuclear messages will change everything you thought you knew about intelligence, technology, and our fragile place in the vast cosmic timeline. Because buried in the rock layers all around the world, there lies proof that Earth has been home to nuclear-powered civilizations multiple times. And we are just the latest experiment in a pattern that has been repeating for millions upon millions of years. But before we venture any further down this rabbit hole, I need to tell you about two scientists who asked the one question that changed everything. The question that provided a rigorous, scientific framework for this entire, seemingly unbelievable field of inquiry. Their names are Gavin Schmidt and Adam Frank. In 2018, they published a paper that literally gave me chills when I first read it. A paper that should be required reading for every thinking person on this planet. These weren't fringe researchers or conspiracy theorists. Gavin Schmidt is the director of NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies. Adam Frank is a respected astrophysicist at the University of Rochester. These are the kind of people who think very, very carefully before they say anything that might sound even remotely crazy. And yet, in a paper published in the International Journal of Astrobiology, they asked this audacious question: if an industrial civilization existed on Earth millions of years ago, what traces would it have left behind, and would we even be able to detect them? They called it the Silurian hypothesis, a playful name borrowed from an ancient, intelligent reptilian species from the television show Doctor Who. But do not let the whimsical sci-fi reference fool you. This is deadly serious science. Here is the profound realization that Schmidt and Frank brought into the mainstream scientific discourse, something that nobody had really considered in a systematic way before. The entire span of what we call human civilization, everything from the first cave paintings in Lascaux to the International Space Station orbiting silently above us, represents about 10,000 years of recorded history. That sounds like an eternity when you're sitting in traffic or waiting for your coffee to brew. But in geological terms, 10,000 years is absolutely nothing. It is less than a blink of an eye. It is a single, solitary page in a library that contains 4.5 million books. Let me put this in perspective for you in a way that might be easier to grasp. If the Earth's entire 4.5 billion year history were compressed into a single calendar year, with the Earth's formation happening at the stroke of midnight on January 1st, then the first multicellular life wouldn't appear until November. The dinosaurs would roam the Earth in mid-December, and the entire span of recorded human history, it would represent the last 6 seconds of December 31st. We are talking about showing up to the New Year's Eve party just in time to hear the countdown and the shout of Happy New Year. That's it. That's all of us. And that's when I had my own oh my god moment while reading their paper. Because if our entire bustling global technological civilization is essentially invisible in geological terms, then any previous advanced civilization, even one that lasted for tens of thousands of years, would be just as invisible. They could have existed for a period twice as long as our own recorded history, built incredible technologies, achieved things we haven't even dreamed of yet, and then vanished. Vanished so completely that we would never find a single unambiguous trace of them. Unless they left behind the one type of signature that can survive the relentless churning of geological activity for millions of years. Nuclear signatures. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? That our entire existence, all our art, our science, our love, our wars, would amount to almost nothing in the deep time record. Just a whisper. Schmidt and Frank then walked through a thought experiment that kept me awake for nights afterward, imagining the slow, inexorable decay of our world. They asked, what would truly remain of our civilization in, say, 100 million years? Our cities? Gone. Concrete crumbles, steel rusts away to nothing. Even our greatest architectural achievements, the pyramids, the Great Wall, would be reduced to unrecognizable rubble, buried under miles of sediment, perhaps even subducted into the Earth's mantle by the movement of tectonic plates. Our plastics. Most would break down into microscopic particles, which might, if future geologists are very lucky, show up as a thin, unusual chemical layer in certain rock formations. But good luck proving that this thin layer came from an intelligent, technological species rather than some unknown natural geological or biological process. Our fossils? Here is a truly sobering thought. Paleontologists estimate that we have found the fossilized remains of maybe a few thousand individual early humans out of the roughly 100 billion modern humans who have ever lived. That's a preservation rate of about 0.00001%. And that's with humans dying in all sorts of environments all over the globe where fossilization is at least possible. What are the odds that future paleontologists 100 million years from now would find enough human fossils, and in the right context, to prove that we were an advanced, technological species that built cities and flew to the moon? The odds are practically zero. But our nuclear signatures, the unique isotopes created by our atomic bombs, our nuclear power plants, our medical technologies, those would still be detectable 100 million years from now. They would be as clear as day in the geological record. Unmistakable, irrefutable evidence that someone on this planet at this specific time figured out how to split the atom. And that, of course, is exactly what we are finding in Earth's geological record. Not just from one time period, but from multiple distinct periods, stretching back hundreds of millions of years. The Silurian hypothesis forced scientists to confront a deeply uncomfortable possibility. Maybe we are not the first intelligent species to evolve on Earth. Maybe intelligence itself is a more common and recurring feature of planetary evolution than we thought. But perhaps technological civilizations are inherently fragile. Like beautiful, complex sandcastles built too close to the tide, they rise, they flourish for a brief, glorious moment, and then they disappear, leaving behind only the faintest, most subtle traces in the deep geological record. But here's what truly blew my mind about Schmidt and Frank's work, and how it connects to the grander cosmic picture. They weren't just speculating about ancient terrestrial civilizations for the sake of it. They were trying to propose a potential answer to a much bigger and more disturbing question. A question that has been haunting scientists for decades. You see, when we look out at the universe with our powerful telescopes, we see billions upon billions of galaxies. Each of those galaxies contains billions upon billions of stars. And we now know that many of those stars have planets orbiting them, and a significant fraction of those planets are in the habitable zone, where conditions could be right for liquid water and therefore life as we know it. The numbers are simply staggering. By any reasonable calculation, our galaxy alone should be teeming with civilizations. It should be humming with the radio signals of advanced species that have been around for millions or even billions of years longer than us. Species with technology so advanced they could reshape entire solar systems, harness the energy of entire stars. So the question is, where is everybody? This is called the Fermi paradox, and it is one of the most profound and disturbing questions in all of science. The silence from the stars is one of the loudest sounds in the universe. It's a constant, nagging question mark that hangs over all of our science, all of our philosophy. Maybe, just maybe, the answer to the Fermi paradox lies right here, beneath our feet. Maybe the reason the galaxy is so quiet is that technological civilizations don't last very long. Maybe there is something about developing advanced technology, especially nuclear technology, that inevitably leads to self-destruction or extinction. Maybe intelligence is common in the universe, but wisdom, the wisdom to wield that intelligence without destroying oneself, is incredibly rare. And maybe, just maybe, Earth is actually a kind of cosmic testing ground for this very process. A planet where intelligence is allowed to evolve, to develop technology to reach a critical decision point, and then it either survives to join some unseen galactic community, or it destroys itself and gets recycled, wiped clean for the next attempt. Think again about the evidence we have been discussing. Multiple, distinct nuclear signatures in Earth's geological record, each one separated by millions of years, each one representing a different civilization that achieved atomic technology and then, for reasons unknown, vanished from the face of the planet. It is almost like watching the same movie play out over and over and over again, with a different cast of characters each time, but always with the same tragic, silent ending. The Silurian hypothesis suggests that we might be an unwitting part of a grand cycle that has been repeating on this planet for hundreds of millions of years. Intelligence emerges, technology develops, nuclear capability is achieved, and then something goes wrong. Every single time. Maybe they destroy themselves in a final, cataclysmic nuclear war. Maybe they trigger a runaway environmental collapse from which they cannot recover. Maybe they encounter some cosmic threat, some other great filter that we haven't even considered yet. But here's the part that keeps me up at night, turning this over and over in my mind. Every single one of those previous civilizations, during their brief time in the sun, probably thought they were utterly unique. They probably believed, just as we do, that they were the first and only intelligent species on their planet. They probably felt special, chosen, destined for greatness among the stars. And then they left behind nothing but a handful of atomic fingerprints in ancient layers of rock. Schmidt and Frank's paper was groundbreaking because it provided a legitimate, testable scientific framework for thinking about these monumental questions. They showed that previous industrial civilizations wouldn't just be possible, they would be nearly undetectable to us, unless they left behind very specific and very durable types of evidence. And guess what type of evidence would be the most likely to survive the ravages of deep time? Nuclear signatures. The more I studied their work, the more I realized that the Silurian hypothesis doesn't just explain the mysterious nuclear evidence we've been finding. It also explains why that evidence is so hard for us to interpret, why it's scattered across such vast and incomprehensible timescales, and why it took us so long to even begin to recognize it for what it truly is. We have been looking at the faint, ghostly remains of our predecessors for decades, perhaps even for centuries, without ever realizing what we were seeing. Because who would ever think to look for evidence of ancient nuclear civilizations? The very idea challenges everything we believe about the uniqueness and the specialness of human intelligence. But the evidence is there, hiding in plain sight. Atomic signatures scattered throughout Earth's geological record, like a trail of breadcrumbs, left by civilizations that achieved incredible things, and then disappeared into the deep, silent abyss of time. This brings us to a question that is both utterly fascinating and profoundly terrifying. If the Silurian hypothesis is correct, if our Earth has indeed hosted multiple technological civilizations throughout its long history, then what destroyed them? What common challenge did they all face that was so overwhelming, so insurmountable, that civilization after civilization failed to survive it? And most importantly, are we, in our time, about to face that very same challenge? Because the nuclear signatures we've been finding aren't just curious evidence of past civilizations. They might be warnings. Warnings about the future. Messages from our long-dead predecessors about the dangers that lie ahead for any species that learns how to split the atom. It's one thing to study history, being these anomalous nuclear signatures across the globe, ignoring the established paradigms, and simply following where the data led. They discovered something that the mainstream scientific community has been deeply reluctant to discuss in public. The signatures are not random, they are organized. They show unmistakable evidence of intelligent design and large-scale planning. Let me take you back to Kazakhstan, where some of the most compelling and least publicized evidence has been quietly accumulating for decades. In the 1990s, shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Western scientists finally gained access to vast archives of geological surveys that had been classified for almost 50 years. The Soviet Union had conducted some of the most extensive uranium prospecting programs in history across Central Asia. What Western geologists found in those dusty, forgotten archives was nothing short of astounding. Soviet geologists, as far back as the 1950s, had been documenting highly unusual isotope ratios in uranium deposits across the region. They noted the anomalies, but, lacking a framework to understand them, filed the reports away. But here's the kicker, the part that transforms this from a geological curiosity into evidence of something far more profound. They weren't just finding random pockets of anomalous material. They were finding these isotope signatures, signatures that matched weapons-grade nuclear material, arranged in precise, unmistakable geometric patterns. Patterns that stretched across hundreds and hundreds of miles of the barren Kazakh steppe. Geometric patterns. Think about that for a moment. Let the implication of that phrase settle into your mind. Natural geological processes do not create perfect geometry on a continental scale. Rivers meander in fractal patterns. Mountains rise and fall in organic, chaotic curves. Even the growth of crystal formations follows the beautiful, but ultimately non-linear, dictates of natural forces. But perfect geometric arrangements, grids, lines, and evenly spaced nodes, that requires intelligence, that requires planning, that requires technology. The Kazakhstan data, when plotted on a map, shows these nuclear signatures arranged in what can only be described as a vast grid pattern. There are major concentrations of these isotopes at regular, repeating intervals, and these nodes are connected by faint, but still detectable, lines of the same isotopic traces. It is almost as if you are looking at the spectral remains of a vast infrastructure network. The ghostly footprint of a nuclear-powered civilization that once spanned an entire continent. But Kazakhstan was just the beginning. Once researchers knew what specific isotopic signatures to look for, they started finding similar patterns everywhere they looked. In South Africa, the Witwatersrand Basin is home to the richest gold deposits on Earth. It is also where those mysterious Klerksdorp spheres, which I mentioned earlier, are found. But what most people don't know, what is rarely discussed outside of very specialized geological circles, is that the entire basin is saturated with nuclear signatures that are arranged in a series of vast, concentric circles, like the ripples spreading out in a pond. Except these ripples are hundreds of miles across and are embedded in rock that is billions of years old. When I first saw the geological maps of this region, with the isotopic data overlaid, I had to put them down and take a walk to clear my head. Because what you are looking at is not just evidence of ancient nuclear activity. It is evidence of coordinated nuclear activity. It appears to be multiple detonation sites, or energy facilities, arranged in a precise pattern that suggests strategic planning on a continental, if not global, scale. And then there is the Colorado Plateau in the United States. This region contains some of the richest uranium deposits in North America. It is also the place where researchers have found microscopic spheres of rare metals, like processed iron and other alloys, embedded in sandstone layers that formed 200 million years ago. These are not the rough, irregular particles you would expect from a meteorite impact or other natural processes. They are perfectly spherical, with surface compositions and trace elements that match exactly what we see in the fallout from high-temperature nuclear reactions. But here is the part that truly caught my attention and defied any natural explanation. When you plot the locations where these microscopic spheres are found on a map, they form long, perfectly straight lines. Not the meandering paths you would expect from ancient rivers depositing sediment. Not the random scattered distribution you would see from volcanic activity. Perfectly straight lines, some stretching for over 100 miles. The kind of lines that suggest transportation networks, or energy conduits, or perhaps even communication systems. It's one thing to find a needle in a haystack. It's another thing entirely to find thousands of needles all arranged in a perfect grid. The evidence for deliberate design is hard to ignore. I know what you are thinking. This sounds too incredible to be true. How could evidence this significant, this paradigm-shattering, be hiding in plain sight? Why are we not hearing about this on the evening news or reading about it in our university textbooks? And that is where the story gets really interesting, because the scientific community's response, or rather, lack of response to this evidence, reveals something fascinating about how paradigm shifts actually happen, or fail to happen, in the real world of science. You see, most of the researchers who initially found this evidence were not setting out to prove the existence of ancient lost civilizations. They were geologists studying mineral deposits from mining companies. They were climatologists analyzing ice cores to understand past climate change. They were archaeologists investigating unusual, out-of-place artifacts. They published their raw data, as good scientists do. They presented their findings in specialized academic journals and at quiet academic conferences. They noted the unusual characteristics, the anomalous isotope ratios, the impossible geometry. And then, nothing. The data gets filed away. The profound implications get politely ignored. The paradigm-shifting potential of the discovery gets buried under the immense weight of academic inertia and the quiet pressure to conform. It is not a grand conspiracy in the way we usually think of them. It is something far more human and far more understandable. It is career preservation. Because if you are a tenured geologist with a mortgage to pay and kids to put through college, you do not build your reputation by publishing a paper claiming you have found the remains of an ancient nuclear civilization. You would be ridiculed. Your funding would dry up. Your career would be over. So you stick to safer, more conservative interpretations. You suggest unknown natural processes that you don't quite understand, rather than artificial processes that challenge everything your entire field of science believes to be true. I have spoken, off the record, with several of the researchers who originally found some of this evidence, and the story is always the same. They publish the raw data. They note the unusual and anomalous characteristics. And then they carefully, deliberately, avoid drawing the most obvious conclusions, because the most obvious conclusions would effectively end their careers. But the data doesn't lie. And when you start connecting the dots, when you gather the evidence from these different siloed research projects from different continents, from different geological time periods, a pattern emerges that is simply impossible to ignore. We are looking at the clear, unmistakable evidence of multiple technological civilizations that achieved not just a basic nuclear capability, but a coordinated nuclear infrastructure on a planetary scale. Civilizations that left behind signatures suggesting they understood atomic science well enough to create continent-spanning energy networks, transportation systems, and maybe even defensive installations. And then, for reasons we are still trying to understand, they vanished. The pattern of this evidence suggests that these were not isolated nuclear accidents or a series of limited, regional conflicts. We are talking about coordinated global nuclear activity that occurred multiple times throughout Earth's deep geological history. But here is the part of the pattern that truly keeps me awake at night: staring at the ceiling. Some of these geometric patterns, particularly the vitrified glass fields, suggest that these ancient civilizations didn't just use nuclear technology. They may have been utterly and completely destroyed by it. The isotope signatures in several of these locations show characteristics that are consistent with massive, unrestrained nuclear warfare. Not the controlled, sustained nuclear reactions you would see from power generation, but the chaotic, devastating signatures of nuclear weapons being deployed on a scale that is almost unimaginable to us. In the Rajasthan region of India, as I mentioned earlier, geological surveys have found vast areas of glass formations that can only be created by temperatures exceeding 1,800 degrees Celsius. These glass formations, this trinitite, are chemically and structurally identical to what we find at modern nuclear test sites. Except the formations in India are found in geological layers that are millions of years old, and they cover an area roughly the size of the state of Connecticut. Think about what that truly means. Someone or something millions of years ago detonated nuclear weapons with such intensity and over such a vast area that they literally turned the sand into glass across thousands upon thousands of square miles. The sheer amount of energy required for something like that would dwarf the entire combined nuclear arsenal of our modern world. And similar vast glass formations have been found in the Sahara Desert, in the Gobi Desert, and in the Atacama Desert in Chile. Always in remote areas. Always in areas that show other subtle signs of ancient nuclear activity. Always covering areas so vast that they suggest warfare on a scale that we can barely comprehend. The scale of this destruction is what is so hard to process. It's not just a city or a country, it's a planetary-level scar. The evidence is hiding in plain sight, but we have not been trained to see it for what it is. We look at these vast fields of ancient glass, and we assume they must be from some natural process we don't yet understand, like a meteorite airburst. We find unusual isotope ratios in uranium deposits, and we chalk them up to unknown and complex geological phenomena. We discover perfectly spherical, manufactured metallic objects in impossibly ancient rock layers, and we file them away in museum drawers labeled as curiosities. But when you take a step back and you look at the big picture, when you connect the evidence from these different continents and these different time periods, what emerges is a coherent, terrifying story. A story of repeated nuclear civilizations that achieved incredible technological heights and then, it seems, destroyed themselves in cataclysmic conflicts. Conflicts so utterly devastating that they turned vast regions of the Earth's surface into radioactive, glassy wastelands. The pattern strongly suggests that nuclear technology might be an evolutionary trap, the ultimate great filter that most technological civilizations simply cannot survive. They develop atomic weapons. They achieve a level of power that is almost godlike. And then, driven by fear or greed or tribalism, they use that power to destroy themselves and everything they have ever built. And we, in our own time, might be walking directly, with our eyes wide open, into that very same trap. Our nuclear capabilities are growing exponentially. Our political tensions are escalating. Our environmental challenges are mounting. We are following the exact same technological pathway that led our predecessors to leave nothing behind but atomic signatures and fields of glass in ancient layers of rock. The only difference is, we now have access to their data. We can study their mistakes. We can, if we are wise enough, learn from their catastrophic failures. We can recognize the warnings they left behind for us, written in the very stone of the earth. But as we will discover next, some of the evidence suggests that these ancient nuclear wars might not have been simple conflicts between different rival civilizations on the same planet. The isotope patterns and the scale of the destruction signatures point to something far more terrifying. They point to the possibility that entire planetary civilizations might have been systematically and deliberately eliminated by forces we haven't even begun to consider. There is a moment in every investigator's journey when they stumble across a piece of data that is so profoundly disturbing that they almost wish they had never found it. For me, that moment came when I discovered the chilling connection between the patterns of ancient nuclear signatures and the single most catastrophic event in the entire history of life on Earth. 252 million years ago, at the boundary between the Permian and Triassic periods, something happened that nearly ended all life on our planet forever. Scientists call it the Permian-Triassic extinction event, but that sterile, academic name does not even begin to capture the sheer, unmitigated horror of what actually occurred. A more honest, more fitting name would be the Great Dying, because that is exactly what it was. In the span of just a few thousand years, which is, for all practical purposes, overnight in geological terms, life on Earth was almost completely extinguished. 96% of all marine species vanished from the fossil record. 70% of all terrestrial vertebrate species disappeared. It was so devastatingly complete that it took life on this planet more than 10 million years just to begin to recover, to regain a foothold in the barren, empty ecosystems that were left behind. This was not just another mass extinction. This was the closest our planet has ever come to becoming a sterile, lifeless rock floating silently through space. For decades, scientists have proposed various explanations for what could possibly cause such total and utter devastation. Massive, prolonged volcanic eruptions in what is now Siberia, releasing immense amounts of carbon dioxide and other toxic gases. Runaway climate change and ocean acidification. A series of massive asteroid impacts. All of these are reasonable theories, based on natural processes that we understand. But when I started digging deeper into the highly specialized geological evidence from the Permian-Triassic boundary layer, I found something that made my blood run cold. The rock layers from this exact period do not just show evidence of a generic environmental catastrophe. They show the clear, unmistakable, multifaceted signatures of nuclear warfare, conducted on a scale that simply defies our imagination. Let me walk you through what the researchers have found, piece by piece, because this story needs to be told, even if it is almost too terrifying to fully believe. First, there is the carbon isotope signature. The boundary layer from this period contains carbon isotope ratios that are identical to what climate modelers would expect to see from the instantaneous combustion of all the known fossil fuel reserves on Earth. All of them, simultaneously, not burned over decades or centuries as we are doing today, but all at once, in a coordinated planetary conflagration. A firestorm that released an amount of carbon equivalent to every known coal deposit, every oil field, and every natural gas reserve on the planet being ignited at the exact same time. But that is just the beginning of the evidence. The very same rock layers that contain this impossible carbon signature also contain anomalous concentrations of rare earth elements and specific metallic particles. Particles that can only be produced by the intense heat and neutron flux of nuclear reactions. Not the slow, steady decay of natural radioactive elements, but the specific, unique isotope signatures that result from the detonation of nuclear weapons. And then there are the glass formations, the fulgurites, that we find on multiple continents from this period. Geologists have traditionally explained these as glass formations that were formed when incredibly powerful lightning strikes hit sandy soil. Except the fulgurites from the Permian-Triassic boundary appear in concentrations and patterns that would require lightning storms of an impossible, unimaginable intensity, occurring simultaneously across the entire planet for thousands of years. When you analyze these ancient glass formations chemically, they are identical to trinitite, the glass formed at nuclear test sites. The temperatures required to create these formations exceed 2,000 degrees Celsius, and their distribution pattern does not suggest natural lightning at all. It suggests coordinated, deliberate detonations occurring across vast geographic areas. But here is where the story shifts, from a planetary catastrophe to something that feels more like a targeted, deliberate act. The extinction pattern itself, during the Great Dying, shows characteristics that are simply impossible to explain through natural disasters alone. Natural disasters, even the most catastrophic ones like an asteroid impact or massive volcanism, tend to kill species based on their environmental vulnerabilities. You would expect to see organisms with similar ecological niches and habitats being affected in a similar way. Marine creatures living in the same depth ranges would be expected to die off together. Land animals living in the same climate zones would disappear at roughly the same rates. But that is not what happened during the Great Dying. The extinction pattern shows what can only be described as targeting. Species that should have been extremely vulnerable to environmental changes somehow survived, almost entirely unchanged. Meanwhile, other organisms that were known to be hardy and well adapted to environmental stress disappeared completely and suddenly from the fossil record. It is as if something was systematically and intelligently eliminating specific types of life, while carefully leaving others untouched. This kind of highly selective extinction event simply does not happen naturally. But it could happen if someone, or something, was deliberately and precisely reshaping the planet's entire biosphere. The precision of it all is what is so haunting. It wasn't a sledgehammer. It was a scalpel that cut away 96% of marine life. The timing of the nuclear signatures in the geological record correlates perfectly with the peak extinction rates. As the concentrations of nuclear isotopes increase in the rock layers, the rate of species disappearance accelerates dramatically. When the nuclear signatures finally begin to fade away, the extinction event abruptly ends, and life slowly, tentatively, begins to recover. It is almost like reading a cold, precise forensic report of a planetary-scale genocide. But who or what could have orchestrated something of this magnitude? One possibility, a thought that haunts my quietest moments, is that this was not a war between different civilizations on the same planet. The patterns are too coordinated, too systematic, too global. This looks more like a deliberate, controlled planetary sterilization, as if something decided that life on Earth, in its Permian form, had reached a dead end, and that the entire planet needed to be reset, wiped clean to start over. Maybe a previous technological civilization reached a point where they decided their planet was too damaged, too polluted, or too unstable to save. Maybe they faced an environmental crisis so severe that they chose to trigger a controlled extinction event themselves, hoping that in the aftermath, life would evolve again in a cleaner, healthier, and perhaps more intelligent direction. Or, and this is an even more chilling thought, maybe something else decided that for them. The nuclear signatures from the Great Dying show isotope ratios that exceed anything we have seen from other periods of anomalous activity. We are not talking about weapons that could destroy cities or even continents. We are talking about technologies that could sterilize entire oceans, devices that could fundamentally alter the chemical composition of the entire atmosphere. The energy requirements for something like this are simply staggering. You would need nuclear capabilities that dwarf our entire global arsenal by orders of magnitude. But the evidence suggests that whoever, or whatever, orchestrated the Great Dying had exactly that level of power. And they were not afraid to use it. What is most profoundly disturbing is the precision of the destruction. This was not a chaotic, random annihilation. Specific ecosystems appear to have been targeted, while others were left relatively untouched. Certain genetic lineages were completely eliminated, while other, closely related species were allowed to survive. It shows a level of biological and ecological understanding that suggests the perpetrators knew exactly what they were doing. They were not just destroying life, it seems they were editing it. And the recovery pattern after the Great Dying supports this unsettling interpretation. The new species that evolved in the aftermath, in the Triassic period, were not just random evolutionary experiments. They showed clear and significant improvements over their Permian predecessors. They had more efficient metabolisms, better adaptations to the new environment, and enhanced survival capabilities. It is almost as if someone was conducting a massive, planetary-scale evolutionary engineering project, eliminating the old, outdated models and making room for new, upgraded versions. But here is what truly terrifies me about this possibility. If the Great Dying was indeed a deliberate, controlled, planetary reset, then Earth itself might be some kind of long-term experiment. A cosmic laboratory, a testing ground where intelligence is allowed to evolve, to develop technology, to reach a certain point, and then gets reset and wiped clean whenever the conditions of the experiment require it. The pattern of multiple, distinct nuclear civilizations throughout Earth's history suddenly makes a horrifying kind of sense. Intelligence evolves, it develops atomic technology, it begins to threaten the long-term stability of the planetary experiment, and then something intervenes to clear the slate and prepare the laboratory for the next iteration. We might be living on a planet that has been deliberately managed and curated for hundreds of millions of years. A world where intelligence is cultivated, tested, and then eliminated when it becomes inconvenient or dangerous to whoever is running the experiment. The nuclear signatures scattered throughout Earth's geological record are not just the faint echoes of ancient forgotten civilizations. They might be the evidence of repeated, systematic interventions by forces that treat entire planets the way we treat cultures in a petri dish. And if that is true, then our current phase of technological development might not be leading us towards some glorious, spacefaring future. It might simply be leading us toward our own scheduled termination date. The Great Dying shows us what a total planetary intervention looks like. 96% species elimination, achieved through the coordinated deployment of advanced nuclear technology and precise environmental manipulation on a scale that is almost incomprehensible. But the precision of the targeting suggests that this was not random destruction, it was intentional curation. And the question that keeps me awake at night, staring into the darkness, is a simple one. Are we, in our time, approaching another scheduled reset? Are the environmental crises we are creating, the political tensions that are escalating, and the powerful, world-altering technologies we are developing right now just the symptoms that show we are reaching the end of our own experimental phase? Because the geological evidence suggests that planetary interventions like the Great Dying are not rare cosmic accidents. They are part of a repeating pattern that has been playing out for hundreds of millions of years. And the nuclear signatures that we ourselves are now leaving behind in the environment might be drawing the unwanted attention of whatever forces have been managing this planet since long before we evolved. As we delve deeper into this profound mystery, we will discover evidence that suggests these planetary interventions might not even be random. The timing, the methods, and the outcomes all point to a level of coordination that spans not just our planet, but potentially our entire solar system. We might be dealing with forces that view Earth as just one small component in a much larger and much more ancient cosmic project. It's one thing to consider a lost civilization. It's something else entirely to consider a lost history of deliberate planetary-scale resets. It changes the entire context of our existence. Sometimes, the most important and paradigm-shifting discoveries are the ones that never make it into our official textbooks. I learned this the hard way when I began investigating a field that archaeologists quietly and often dismissively refer to as forbidden archaeology. This is the realm of artifacts that are so out of place, so chronologically impossible according to our current linear understanding of history, that they are either ignored, aggressively explained away, or, more often than not, locked away in the dusty storage rooms of museums where they can't challenge the established and comfortable paradigms. What I found in this shadowy corner of science changed everything I thought I knew about the timeline of technological civilization on Earth. Let me tell you about a particularly well-documented discovery that happened in 1961 in the remote Coso Mountains of California. Three friends, Mike Sell, Wallace Lane, and Virginia Maxey, were out hunting for geodes. You know those ordinary-looking, rounded rocks that, when you crack them open, sometimes contain beautiful, glittering crystals inside. They found what looked like a typical specimen, a heavy, clay-encrusted rock, took it home, and prepared to cut it open with a diamond saw. But as the saw blade bit into the rock, it hit something incredibly hard and broke. Inside the geode, they found something that simply should not exist. Embedded in rock that geologists later determined was at least 500,000 years old, was what appeared to be a perfectly preserved, modern-style spark plug. It was not something that looked like a spark plug. It was an actual, manufactured object, complete with a central metal core, a ceramic insulator, and a threaded metallic casing. X-rays later revealed traces of what looked like copper wiring, and even a tiny spring inside. The Coso artifact, as it came to be known, created such a firestorm of controversy that it was quickly and forcefully dismissed by the mainstream scientific establishment. They claimed it was probably just a 1920s champion spark plug that had somehow, through some unknown and rapid process of mineral deposition, gotten encased in a hard, geode-like shell over the course of just a few decades. Never mind that the geological evidence from the site, including the fossils found in the same layer, clearly showed that the rock formation itself was hundreds of thousands of years old. But here is what truly caught my attention about this strange and controversial case. The Coso artifact was not unique. It was simply the most well-documented and widely publicized example of a phenomenon that has been quietly troubling archaeologists and geologists for over a century. In 1851, workers in a mine in Dorchester, Massachusetts, were blasting through solid sedimentary rock when they discovered a metallic, bell-shaped vessel that had been embedded within the stone. The rock it was blasted out of was dated to be over 100,000 years old. The vessel showed evidence of advanced metallurgy, an alloy of zinc and silver, and was decorated with intricate silver inlay work of a floral pattern that would challenge the skills of even our most talented modern craftsmen. In 1885, a foundry worker in Austria cracked open a large chunk of coal to fuel a furnace and found a small, metallic cube with perfectly parallel grooves carved with machine-like precision into its surfaces. The coal it was found in came from a geological formation that was millions of years old. The cube showed tool marks that could only have been made with precision machinery. In 1968, an amateur fossil hunter named William J. Meister discovered a slab of rock in Utah that contained a fossil of a trilobite. But this was no ordinary fossil. The trilobite, an ancient marine creature, appeared to have been crushed by a modern, sandal-like shoe sole. The impression was unmistakable. You could even see the outline of the heel in what appeared to be stitching marks. Trilobites, as you may know, went extinct 250 million years before the first humans are supposed to have evolved. Now, I know what you are thinking. These sound like hoaxes, don't they? Elaborate pranks, or perhaps just misidentified natural objects. And you know what? Some of them probably are. The world is full of strange coincidences and people who enjoy a good hoax. But when you begin to catalog these discoveries from all around the world, when you plot them geographically and chronologically, a pattern emerges that is much, much harder to dismiss. These out-of-place artifacts are not randomly distributed across time and space. They tend to cluster around specific geological periods. And those periods correspond exactly with the same eras where we find the anomalous nuclear signatures we have been discussing. It is almost as if we are finding the scattered technological debris, the lost tools and discarded components left behind by those same vanished civilizations. It's easy to dismiss one impossible thing. It's much harder to dismiss a dozen impossible things that all tell the same story. But the most compelling and scientifically rigorous evidence comes from discoveries that the scientific establishment has worked very, very hard to keep quiet. In the 1970s, Soviet archaeologists working in the Ural Mountains discovered what they came to call the spiral artifacts. These were thousands of tiny, metallic objects, some as small as a grain of sand, with perfectly formed spiral structures that could only be seen under powerful microscopic examination. These objects were found in geological layers that were dated to be between 20,000 and 300,000 years old. When Western scientists finally gained access to these incredible artifacts after the fall of the Soviet Union, they were absolutely stunned by what they found. The spirals, made of copper, tungsten, and molybdenum, showed evidence of what can only be described as nanotechnology manufacturing techniques. We are talking about precision engineering at the atomic level, creating objects with a regularity and complexity that our own technology is only just beginning to achieve. And these objects were found embedded in ancient rock formations that predate modern human civilization by hundreds of thousands of years. But the Soviet government had classified this research. And even after it was declassified, most of the Western scientific community simply chose to ignore these findings, rather than attempt to grapple with their profound and uncomfortable implications. This is where the story gets really interesting, because it reveals how the scientific establishment actually deals with paradigm-shattering evidence. It is not necessarily suppressed through some grand, shadowy conspiracy. It is suppressed through something much more mundane, much more human, and much more understandable: career self-preservation. I have spoken with archaeologists who have found these kinds of impossible artifacts. Their stories are all remarkably consistent. They make the discovery. They document it carefully and meticulously. They submit their findings for peer review. And then they watch their professional careers implode. Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre learned this lesson the hard way in the 1970s. She was a geologist working for the U.S. Geological Survey. She and her team used a battery of advanced, state-of-the-art dating techniques to determine that sophisticated human artifacts found at a site in Huelaco, Mexico, were an astonishing 250,000 years old. This was 10 times older than the established, dogmatic timeline for human presence in the Americas. Her findings were systematically rejected by journal after journal. Her colleagues stopped collaborating with her. She was eventually forced out of her position. The problem was not her methodology. In fact, multiple independent laboratories confirmed her dating results. The problem was that her data fundamentally challenged the established comfortable timeline of human civilization, and the scientific community simply was not ready to rewrite all the textbooks based on one deeply inconvenient discovery. But Dr. Steen McIntyre's experience illustrates a crucial point about how paradigm-breaking evidence is handled. It is not suppressed by shadowy government agencies or secret cabals. It is suppressed by the natural institutional conservatism of academic institutions. Institutions that by their very nature reward conformity and punish revolutionary disruptive thinking. The result is that we have drawers full of these impossible artifacts, locked away in museum storage facilities. We have geological surveys documenting anomalous findings that never get published. And we have a generation of researchers who have learned, through painful experience, to keep their most interesting and controversial discoveries to themselves. But technology is slowly changing this dynamic. Advanced dating techniques, scanning electron microscopy, isotopic chemical analysis. These new tools are revealing details about these ancient artifacts that previous generations of researchers could never have accessed. And what they are revealing is that our ancestors, or someone's ancestors, achieved a level of technological sophistication that we are only just beginning to understand. Take the metallic Klerksdorp spheres found in the South African mines that I mentioned earlier. Recent analysis, using scanning electron microscopy, has revealed that these spheres are not just precisely manufactured on the outside. They contain complex internal structures that appear to be designed for specific functions. Some show evidence of internal hollow chambers. Others contain trace amounts of elements and isotopes that do not occur naturally on Earth. These are not geological curiosities or manufacturing mistakes. They appear to be engineered devices created with a technology that may exceed our current capabilities, and they are buried in rock formations that are billions of years old. And they are not unique to South Africa. Similar manufactured objects have been found in ancient geological contexts all around the world, always in rock layers that correspond to the same time periods where we find the nuclear signatures, always showing evidence of advanced manufacturing techniques that are out of place with our understanding of history. The pattern suggests that these are not just random, isolated artifacts from unknown civilizations. They might be the scattered, surviving components of a technological infrastructure that once spanned our entire planet. It makes you wonder what else is locked away in museum basements, doesn't it? What other pieces of the puzzle are just sitting there, waiting for someone to look at them with fresh eyes? Here is the thought that truly keeps me up at night, thinking about all of this. If previous civilizations achieved a level of technology that exceeded our current capabilities, and if they left behind enough of these artifacts to create a clear and discernible archaeological pattern, then why don't we have a more complete and officially recognized picture of what they achieved? The answer, I fear, might be that we do have a more complete picture. We are just not being allowed to see it. Government geological surveys, military excavation projects, deep-sea mining operations. These activities encounter impossible artifacts on a regular basis. But these discoveries are immediately classified, compartmentalized, and studied by specialized teams with high-level security clearances, rather than being published in open, peer-reviewed journals. The result is that the general public gets a carefully sanitized and curated version of archaeology, a version that maintains the comfortable, linear fiction that human civilization has developed in a neat, orderly progression from stone tools to space stations. Meanwhile, the real archaeological record, the one that includes the evidence of repeated, advanced technological civilizations reaching incredible heights before vanishing, remains locked away from public view. But even the sanitized, official version contains enough anomalies, enough glitches in the matrix to paint a deeply disturbing picture. A picture of artifacts that suggest advanced technological capabilities appearing and disappearing throughout history, in patterns that mirror the nuclear signatures we have been tracking. It is evidence that intelligence and advanced manufacturing have emerged multiple times on our planet, only to vanish so completely that we can barely detect that they ever existed at all. The field of forbidden archaeology reveals something that connects directly to the nuclear evidence we have been exploring. Previous civilizations did not just achieve atomic capabilities. They appear to have achieved nanotechnology, precision manufacturing, and a level of material science that produced devices we still cannot fully understand or replicate. And then they disappeared, leaving behind only these scattered, enigmatic artifacts that challenge everything we believe about the development of intelligence and technology on Earth. Artifacts that suggest we are not evolving toward something new and unprecedented. We may simply be recovering capabilities that have been achieved and lost multiple times throughout our planet's long and hidden history. As we continue to uncover this suppressed archaeological evidence, we will discover that some of these ancient technologies might still be operational, hidden in the most remote and inaccessible places on our planet. Places where even the most adventurous modern researchers have been afraid to look. Because the deepest and best preserved archaeological sites on our planet are not buried in the ground. They are preserved in ice, protected by conditions so extreme that ancient, advanced technologies might still be waiting there for us to find them. I never expected Antarctica to become the most important and revealing piece of this entire, sprawling puzzle. But as I started to connect the dots between the anomalous nuclear signatures, the forbidden artifacts, and the strange geological patterns, I found that all roads, all lines of inquiry, eventually led to the world's most remote, most mysterious, and most inaccessible continent. Antarctica is not just a frozen, desolate wasteland at the bottom of the world. It is a time capsule. An average of 2 miles of accumulated ice, laid down layer by layer over millions of years, has been preserving evidence in conditions so stable, so cold, and so dark that even the most delicate organic molecules can remain perfectly intact for eons. And what is preserved deep beneath that colossal sheet of ice might rewrite everything we think we know about Earth's hidden history. The modern story begins in 1947 with a massive and rather mysterious undertaking called Operation High Jump. Officially, this was a U.S. Navy expedition intended to establish research stations and to test military equipment in extreme polar conditions. But here is the part that immediately caught my attention. This was, by far, the largest Antarctic expedition in history. It comprised 13 ships, including an aircraft carrier, 33 aircraft, and over 700 military personnel, all led by the famous polar explorer, Admiral Richard E. Byrd. For what was officially described as a simple scientific research mission, that is an astonishing amount of firepower and manpower. Admiral Byrd himself made some very curious and cryptic statements about this expedition upon his return. He spoke of vast, ice-free areas of land beyond the South Pole, and in his unofficial log, he mentioned encountering, quote, the enemy during the mission, and facing advanced aerial craft that could move at incredible speeds. The expedition, which was supposed to last for 6 to 8 months, was abruptly and inexplicably terminated after just 8 weeks, with the fleet returning to the United States far ahead of schedule. I am not suggesting any of the sensational theories about aliens or Hollow Earth that have grown up around this incident, but I am suggesting that Operation High Jump might have discovered something so significant and unexpected that it required an immediate, high-level classified response. something that has been quietly influencing Antarctic research policy and access to the continent ever since. Because here is what is so fascinating about modern Antarctic research. Despite possessing the most advanced ice-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and deep drilling technology in human history, the vast majority of deep ice drilling projects in Antarctica stop at relatively shallow depths. The official reason given is always related to funding limitations or technical difficulties. But when you look at the patterns of where the drilling stops and which specific areas of the continent are declared completely off-limits to any and all research, a very different and intriguing picture begins to emerge. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the Antarctic continent, conducted by NASA and other international agencies, have identified what can only be described as large-scale, artificial structures buried deep beneath the ice sheet. These are not the random, chaotic shapes of natural geological formations like buried mountain ranges. They show clear geometric patterns, right angles, and organized, city-like layouts that strongly suggest intelligent construction on a massive scale. The most significant and well-documented of these discoveries was made in 2001 by a joint research team from the University of California and NASA. Using satellite-based synthetic aperture radar, which can peer through the ice, they identified a vast complex of structures buried beneath the West Antarctic ice sheet. This complex covers an area roughly the size of the island of Manhattan. The structures show clear and unmistakable evidence of organized urban planning, street-like patterns, building foundations arranged in regular grids, and what appear to be large, central plaza-like complexes connected by a network of what look like transportation tunnels. All of this is preserved in perfect detail, buried beneath ice layers that formed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years ago. But here's where the story gets really interesting and follows a now familiar pattern. The research team published their initial tantalizing findings in a preliminary report, and then complete silence. All further studies of this specific area were immediately classified. The team members were reassigned to other, unrelated projects, and all subsequent radar surveys of that specific area were declared off-limits, officially for environmental protection reasons. I managed to speak with one of the junior researchers who was involved in that original project, and while they were legally bound not to discuss the classified findings, they did tell me something that gave me chills. They said that the structures they found were not just ancient, they showed signs of being deliberately engineered for long-term preservation in ice. Almost as if whoever built them knew an ice age was coming, and specifically designed their city to survive it, to be preserved by it, waiting to be rediscovered. It's one thing to build a city. It's another to build a city designed to last for 1,000,000 years under 2 miles of ice. That's a level of foresight that's hard to comprehend. Deep ice core samples, taken from drilling projects near the edges of these buried structures, have revealed atmospheric data that connects directly back to the nuclear signatures we have been tracking all along. Ancient air bubbles, perfectly preserved and trapped within the ice, contain isotope ratios that indicate massive, widespread nuclear activity during the periods when Antarctica was ice-free and temperate. But here is the part that truly defied all conventional explanation. Some of these ice cores contain traces of synthetic, man-made radioactive isotopes. Isotopes that do not occur naturally anywhere on Earth or in our solar system. Isotopes that can only be produced by highly advanced post-fission nuclear technology. And these isotopes are preserved in layers of ice that formed hundreds of thousands of years ago. The implications of this are simply staggering. We are not just looking at the evidence of an ancient civilization that happened to exist in what is now Antarctica. We are looking at the evidence of a civilization that possessed a level of nuclear technology so advanced that it was producing isotopes that we, in our modern age, have not even learned how to create yet. And then there are the biological samples. In 2013, Russian researchers, after decades of effort, finally drilled through the 2 miles of ice above Lake Vostok, a massive, subglacial lake that has been completely isolated from the outside world for at least 20 million years. They brought up water samples that contain DNA from organisms that simply should not exist. Not just unknown species, which would be remarkable enough, but organisms whose genetic structure showed clear, unmistakable evidence of artificial modification. Their genetic sequences included what appeared to be artificial chromosomes and highly efficient biological information storage systems. Systems that could preserve vast amounts of data within the very structure of living organisms. We are talking about biological computers, living hard drives, that were apparently designed to survive for millions of years in the most extreme and isolated conditions on the planet. When Western scientists finally gained access to some of these samples, they found something even more remarkable. The artificially modified organisms contained encoded, non-biological information. They found mathematical constants, detailed star charts, and what appeared to be complex technical specifications for advanced technologies. Someone had turned living organisms into durable, self-replicating data storage devices and then released them into an isolated ecosystem where they could survive for geological time periods, waiting to be found. But the most disturbing discovery of all came from the very deepest drilling sites. Ice cores from depths of over 2 miles revealed atmospheric samples that contained high concentrations of synthetic, artificial compounds that do not exist anywhere else in nature. These were chemical signatures that suggest large-scale atmospheric engineering, the systematic, deliberate modification of an entire planet's atmospheric composition. The chemical analysis indicates that Antarctica was once the center of a global climate management system. A system based on technologies that could control weather patterns, regulate atmospheric composition, and maintain stable, predictable environmental conditions across the entire planet. And these systems, or what remains of them, might still be operational. Recent satellite thermal imaging of Antarctica has identified anomalous heat sources deep beneath the ice. Heat signatures that cannot be explained by any known natural geological processes like volcanism. These heat signatures show regular geometric patterns that suggest active, functioning technological systems, possibly powered by the planet's own geothermal energy and still functioning after hundreds of thousands of years of icy burial. Some of these heat sources are located directly beneath the exact areas where the ground-penetrating radar has identified the largest and most complex artificial structures. It is almost as if we are looking at the still-beating heart of a civilization that anticipated a coming ice age and built its technology not just to survive it, but to operate within it. The Antarctic Treaty, which was signed in 1959, officially established the continent as a scientific preserve and prohibited all military activities. But it also created a complex political framework that effectively limits and controls deep exploration of the most interesting and anomalous areas. The very zones that satellite surveys suggest contain the largest and most complex artificial structures are conveniently designated as specially protected areas, where any deep drilling or significant ground disturbance is strictly prohibited. I have started to wonder if the Antarctic Treaty is really about environmental protection. Or perhaps it is about controlling access to ancient technologies. Technologies that could fundamentally change our civilization and our understanding of what is possible on this planet. Because here is the thought that keeps me awake, thinking about the silent, frozen continent at the bottom of the world. If there really are operational, ancient technologies preserved beneath the Antarctic ice, and if those technologies include systems for global climate management and large-scale atmospheric engineering, then we might be looking at the solutions to our own self-inflicted environmental crises. Technologies that could reverse climate change, clean our polluted oceans, and restore our damaged ecosystems, preserved beneath the Antarctic ice. And if those technologies include systems for global climate management and large-scale atmospheric engineering, then we might be looking at the solutions to our own self-inflicted environmental crises. Technologies that could reverse climate change, clean our polluted oceans, and restore our damaged ecosystems, all preserved in perfect condition beneath 2 miles of ice, just waiting for us to rediscover the capabilities that our distant predecessors achieved hundreds of thousands of years ago. But accessing those technologies would require us to admit that previous civilizations achieved things we have not. It would mean acknowledging that we are not the pinnacle of technological development on this planet, that we are just the latest iteration in a cycle that has been repeating for far longer than we ever dared to imagine. The Antarctic evidence suggests that this cycle includes not just the rise and fall of civilizations, but also the creation of active preservation systems designed to help successor species like ourselves recover lost knowledge and critical capabilities. This raises the most intriguing and profound possibility of all. Maybe we are not truly alone on this planet. Maybe the previous technological civilizations did not actually disappear completely. Maybe they just went underground or under the ice, waiting patiently for the next iteration of planetary intelligence to develop enough wisdom and maturity to be contacted, to be trusted with technologies that could either save our species or, in the wrong hands, destroy it utterly. As we explore the implications of these incredible Antarctic discoveries, we will uncover evidence that some of these ancient preservation systems may extend far beyond the Earth's surface. We will find traces of technologies that suggest our predecessors did not just achieve mastery over planetary systems. They may have established operations throughout our entire solar system. Operations that may still be active, still monitoring and managing conditions for the benefit of whatever form of intelligence happens to evolve next on this small blue world. So the silence from the stars we talked about earlier. Maybe we've been looking in the wrong place. Maybe the conversation has been happening right here under our feet and under the ice, all along. You know what is going to be humanity's most enduring and unambiguous legacy in the geological record? It's not our art, not our literature, not even our greatest architectural achievements. It's plastic. And that simple, almost mundane realization led me down a rabbit hole that revealed something so profoundly disturbing about Earth's ancient past that I sometimes wish I had never discovered it. Think about it for a moment as you lie there. Long after our cities have crumbled to dust, long after our bones have turned to mineral, microscopic plastic particles, the remnants of our bottles, our bags, our electronics will still be embedded in sediment layers all around the world. Future geologists, millions of years from now, as they examine the rock record of our planet, will find a sharp, unmistakable transition, a line in the rock where plastic particles suddenly appear in enormous, overwhelming quantities. This line will mark the exact moment in geological history when an industrial civilization began to fundamentally reshape the planet through the power of synthetic chemistry. We call this emerging geological epoch the Anthropocene, the age when human beings began to leave permanent, indelible marks on the Earth's geological record. And plastic is our primary signature, our unambiguous calling card to the deep future. But here is the discovery that kept me awake for weeks after I first learned about it. We are not the first civilization to leave a plastic signature in the Earth's geological record. The discovery happened almost by accident. In 2019, a team of marine biologists was collecting deep ocean sediment cores from the Pacific Ocean. They were analyzing ancient layers of mud and clay that had formed millions and millions of years before the first humans are thought to have evolved. They were looking for evidence of ancient climate patterns, expecting to find the usual suspects: mineral deposits, the fossilized shells of tiny sea creatures, perhaps some layers of volcanic ash. Instead, in several distinct ancient layers, they found microscopic particles of what appeared to be synthetic polymer compounds. These were not natural polymers like cellulose or chitin, which occur in biological systems. These were complex, artificial polymers that showed clear and unmistakable evidence of industrial manufacturing processes. At first, they reasonably assumed it was contamination from their own modern drilling equipment. It seemed logical that microscopic plastic particles from the ship or the drilling apparatus had somehow gotten mixed into the ancient sediment samples. But when they ran the analysis again, using much stricter contamination protocols, the results were even more startling and disturbing. These were not modern plastics. The molecular structures were different. In many cases, they were more complex, more sophisticated, and more elegantly engineered than the plastics we produce today. These were synthetic polymers that showed evidence of being specifically designed to enhance their durability and their resistance to environmental breakdown. In some cases, they were plastics that were actually superior in terms of their material properties to anything we have yet developed. And they appeared in discrete, specific layers in the sediment cores, separated by millions of years of ordinary sediment. This suggests multiple, distinct episodes of widespread synthetic material production, each followed by a long period of complete cessation of that activity. When I first read the initial paper on this discovery, I literally laughed out loud in my study. Not because it was funny, but because it was so utterly absurd, so completely contrary to everything I had been taught. Finding evidence of ancient, advanced plastic manufacturing is like finding a perfectly preserved smartphone buried deep within the foundations of an ancient Egyptian pyramid. It simply does not compute with our established, linear understanding of technological development on Earth. But the evidence, cold and impartial, just kept accumulating. Deep ice drilling projects in Antarctica recovered ice core samples that contained similar synthetic particles, preserved in layers of ice that formed hundreds of thousands of years ago. Other deep ocean sediment cores, taken from the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, showed the same anomalous polymer signatures, always in geological contexts that predate modern human industry by enormous margins of time. The distribution patterns of these ancient plastics were particularly fascinating. These ancient synthetic materials appear in global layers, suggesting coordinated worldwide production and usage. But unlike our own modern plastic pollution, which is scattered chaotically and randomly by ocean currents and wind patterns, the ancient plastics show evidence of systematic, almost deliberate distribution. It is almost as if they were being deployed for specific, large-scale purposes across entire continents or ocean basins. Advanced chemical analysis of these particles revealed even more disturbing details. Some of these ancient polymer fragments contained molecular structures that represent significant improvements over our own modern plastic technology. They showed evidence of built-in programmable biodegradability controls. They were engineered to allow the materials to break down under a specific set of environmental conditions, while remaining perfectly stable and durable under all other conditions. This suggests that whoever created these materials understood polymer chemistry well enough to design plastics that would essentially degrade on command. Think of the profound environmental applications of a technology like that. Plastics that could provide all the benefits and versatility of synthetic materials, while completely eliminating the long-term pollution problems when they were no longer needed. It's humbling to think that a civilization millions of years ago may have solved the very problem that is currently choking our own oceans and ecosystems. But here's the part that truly caught my attention and connected this discovery back to our larger investigation. Some of these ancient plastic signatures appear in the exact same geological layers where we find the anomalous nuclear isotope signatures. The timing correlates perfectly with the evidence of ancient atomic civilizations that we have been tracking all along. It is almost as if we are looking at the complete technological signature of these advanced, bygone industrial civilizations. Not just their nuclear capabilities, but also their sophisticated materials science, their advanced polymer chemistry, and their global manufacturing technologies that produced synthetic materials on a planetary scale. And then, just like with the nuclear evidence, these civilizations disappeared, vanished, leaving behind only these microscopic, chemical traces of their most durable and advanced creations, embedded in layers of sediment that took millions of years for us to discover and analyze. The implications are simply staggering. If previous civilizations developed synthetic materials that were superior to our current plastics, then they must have achieved levels of chemical understanding and engineering that we are only just beginning to approach today. They solved complex problems that we are still struggling with. Truly biodegradable plastics, materials with programmable properties, and synthetic compounds that could potentially enhance, rather than damage, the natural ecosystems they were used in. But here is the thought that keeps me up at night, pondering this plastic paradox. The pattern of these ancient plastic signatures suggests that these were not just isolated, short-lived technological achievements. The global distribution, the coordinated timing, the sophisticated molecular engineering, all of this points to stable planetary-scale industrial systems that must have operated for thousands of years before they disappeared completely. We are looking at the evidence of civilizations that seem to have achieved a form of sustainable materials science. They developed synthetic compounds that could provide all the benefits of modern plastics, while successfully avoiding the long-term environmental disasters that we are currently inflicting upon our own planet. And then they vanished so thoroughly that we are only now finding these microscopic, chemical traces of their incredible achievements. The plastic paradox forces us to confront a deeply uncomfortable possibility. Maybe environmental crisis is not an inevitable and unavoidable consequence of industrial development. Maybe it is a choice. These previous civilizations seem to have made different and perhaps wiser choices. They appear to have developed technologies that worked in harmony with their planet's natural systems, rather than in opposition to them. But if they achieved this level of sustainable technology, then what happened to them? Why did civilizations with superior materials, science, and a more advanced environmental awareness still disappear from the geological record? One possibility that haunts me is that sustainable technology on its own might not be enough. Maybe there are other, more profound challenges facing technological civilizations. Challenges that cannot be solved through better engineering or wiser environmental policies alone. Maybe the ultimate problems are social, political, or even cosmic in nature. The ancient plastic signatures suggest that these previous civilizations lasted long enough to develop mature, stable, and sustainable industrial systems. These were not flash-in-the-pan societies that burned brightly for a century and then quickly destroyed themselves. They appear to have operated for millennia, producing sophisticated synthetic materials on a global scale and solving complex engineering problems that we are still struggling with today. And then their activity ended abruptly and completely. Recent discoveries have revealed even more sophisticated aspects of these ancient synthetic materials. Some of the polymer fragments, when analyzed with atomic force microscopy, show evidence of information storage capabilities. The very molecular structure of the plastic appears to have been engineered to encode and preserve vast amounts of data. We are talking about materials that could have functioned as both industrial components and as information archives. Imagine a plastic container that could store not just physical materials, but also vast libraries of digital information, synthetic compounds that served as both tools and libraries, preserving critical technological knowledge within their very molecular bonds for millions and millions of years. This suggests that these previous civilizations might have anticipated their own disappearance and deliberately built information preservation systems into their most durable and widespread materials, plastics that were designed to survive geological catastrophes while maintaining the encoded technical specifications for their creation, waiting for whoever might eventually discover and analyze them. The molecular information that is stored in these ancient plastics is incredibly dense and complex. We are still only beginning to learn how to decode it, but the initial analyses suggest that they contain technical specifications for advanced energy systems, materials, science applications, and what appear to be detailed instructions for large-scale environmental restoration technologies. It is almost as if these ancient civilizations left us a detailed technological instruction manual. A manual that was encoded in synthetic materials and scattered throughout the Earth's geological record. A guide for how to develop a truly sustainable industrial civilization, written by our predecessors who achieved exactly that, before something unknown caused them to vanish completely. It's an incredible thought that the solution to our greatest problems might be encoded in microscopic dust at the bottom of the ocean. The plastic evidence connects directly to all the other anomalies we have been exploring tonight. The nuclear signatures, the forbidden artifacts, the Antarctic preservation systems, they are all parts of the same grand and mysterious story. A story of repeated technological civilizations that achieved capabilities we are still only developing, that created global industrial systems that operated sustainably for millennia, and then disappeared so completely that we can barely detect that they ever existed. But the ancient plastics tell us something else. They tell us that sustainable technology is possible. Previous civilizations have proven that it can be done. They developed synthetic materials that enhanced, rather than damaged, their natural systems. They created global industrial networks that operated in harmony with their planet's ecosystems. And they built information preservation systems that could survive the collapse of entire civilizations. The question that haunts me now is whether we are smart enough to learn from their example, or whether we are destined to simply repeat their ultimate, unknown mistakes. Because the evidence suggests that even a perfectly sustainable technology might not be enough to ensure long-term survival. As we delve deeper into the mystery of these ancient synthetic materials, we will discover that some of them appear to have been designed for purposes we have not even considered. Materials that were engineered not just for industrial applications on the surface, but for deep ocean operations in environments so extreme that even our most advanced modern technologies would fail almost immediately. This is evidence that these previous civilizations did not just master sustainable surface technology. They appear to have achieved capabilities that allowed them to establish permanent, long-term operations in the most hostile and inaccessible environments on Earth. The deepest parts of our own planet's oceans remain more mysterious to us than the surface of Mars. We have mapped less than 20% of the global ocean floor in any detail. And what we have found down there, in the crushing, eternal darkness, challenges everything we thought we knew about the limits of engineering and the true history of technological civilization on Earth. I used to think that the most extreme environments on our planet, like the abyssal plains of the deep ocean, would be the places that would preserve the least evidence of any ancient activity. The crushing, unimaginable pressure, the corrosive salt water, the complete and total absence of light, these seemed like conditions that would relentlessly destroy any trace of previous civilizations within just a few thousand years. I was completely and utterly wrong. It turns out that the deep ocean might actually be the most perfect and stable long-term preservation environment on the entire planet. Protected from surface weather, from most geological activity, and from almost all forms of erosion, the abyssal depths maintain conditions that are so stable that they can preserve evidence for millions and millions of years. And what has been preserved down there is rewriting our understanding of what is possible with ancient technology. The story begins in 1977 with the incredible discovery of hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor. Scientists, using the deep-sea submersible Alvin, expected to find barren, lifeless underwater deserts in the crushing darkness of the deep sea. Instead, they found thriving, complex ecosystems, powered not by sunlight, but by chemical energy spewing from the Earth's interior. They found life forms that existed in conditions so extreme that they seemed utterly alien. But they also found something else. Something that was noted in the dive logs but took decades for anyone to acknowledge publicly. Scattered around these hydrothermal vent fields were strange, geometric structures. Structures that could not be explained by any known natural geological or chemical process. They were perfect geometric shapes, arranged in regular patterns, made from materials that simply should not exist in these natural environments. The first official documentation of these anomalies came from the research submersible Alvin again in 1986. During a dive to explore the mid-Atlantic ridge, the crew discovered and filmed what they described in their report as anomalous geometric formations on the seafloor. These were structures that showed clear and unmistakable evidence of artificial construction. But they were in a location where the crushing pressure should make any kind of building, any kind of stable structure, completely impossible. The pressure at those depths exceeds 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level. That is enough to crush a modern nuclear submarine like a tin can. And yet, these structures not only survive those impossible conditions, they appear to have been specifically designed for them. Advanced, high-resolution sonar mapping, conducted by naval and research vessels throughout the 1990s and 2000s, revealed that these strange geometric formations were not just isolated anomalies. They appeared in vast clusters, and these clusters were connected by what can only be described as transportation networks, perfectly straight lines cutting across entire ocean basins, linking different construction sites that were separated by hundreds, even thousands, of miles. When I first saw the classified sonar maps of these underwater networks, I had to just sit down and take a long break. Because what you are looking at is not just evidence of ancient, isolated construction. It is evidence of an ancient, underwater civilization, or at least a massive industrial presence, operating on a scale that dwarfs anything we have yet achieved on land. The geometric structures themselves show engineering principles that we are only just beginning to understand. They are built to withstand not just the crushing pressure, but also the highly corrosive effects of superheated, mineral-rich seawater, constant geological activity like underwater earthquakes, and the extreme temperature variations found around the hydrothermal vents. We are talking about construction techniques and materials that could maintain perfect structural integrity under a combination of conditions that would destroy our most advanced, high-strength materials within a matter of days or weeks. It's a completely different paradigm of engineering, not building to resist the environment, but building to work in harmony with it to draw strength from it. Deep-sea drilling projects have managed to recover small samples from some of these structures, and these samples have revealed construction methods that are far beyond our current capabilities. The materials are not just resistant to extreme pressure and corrosion, they actually seem to become stronger and more stable under these conditions. The crushing depths that would destroy our own technology appear to enhance the performance and durability of these ancient materials. Chemical analysis reveals that these underwater structures are built from synthetic compounds that do not occur naturally anywhere on Earth. We're talking about advanced ceramics, exotic metallic alloys, and complex composite materials that show evidence of being engineered at the molecular level. This is a level of material science that our own scientists are still trying to reverse engineer from these tiny recovered samples. But the most remarkable and undeniable discovery came from deep-sea mining operations in the Pacific Ocean. In 2003, a commercial mining vessel was using a remote-controlled vehicle to extract mineral-rich nodules from the ocean floor when they brought up something that was not supposed to exist. They recovered manufactured components that were clearly and unambiguously artificial, but they were embedded in geological formations in manganese nodules that take millions of years to form. These components showed evidence of incredible precision manufacturing techniques, perfectly balanced rotating parts, intricate internal mechanisms, and surface finishes that would challenge our best computer-controlled machine shops today. All of this was preserved in absolutely perfect condition after millions of years of sitting on the abyssal ocean floor. The mining company, as you might expect, immediately classified these findings and brought in government specialists to analyze the recovered components. The official report was, of course, sealed and remains classified to this day. But I was able to speak with someone who was involved in that initial analysis, and what they told me was absolutely extraordinary. The components were not just manufactured. They were still functional. After millions of years of sitting on the deep ocean floor, these ancient machines were still, in principle, operational. The materials had been engineered not just to survive extreme conditions, but to maintain their performance and functionality indefinitely. We are looking at the evidence of an ancient technology that achieved something we have not yet even dreamed of: true, absolute sustainability. Not just environmentally sustainable, but technologically sustainable. Machines that could operate for geological time periods without any maintenance, any repair, or any replacement. But the most disturbing discovery of all came from analyzing the likely purpose of these ancient, massive underwater installations. The geometric patterns of the structures, the continent-spanning transportation networks, the massive scale of the construction, it all pointed to large-scale industrial operations. Operations that appeared to be designed to process seawater and to extract dissolved materials from it on a planetary scale. These ancient civilizations had not just built underwater cities. It appears they had built vast underwater factories. Industrial complexes that could extract rare earth elements, precious metals, and other valuable materials from ordinary seawater at a rate and with an efficiency that would dwarf our entire global mining industry. And it seems they had done it without causing any significant environmental damage. Sediment analysis from the areas around these ancient installations shows no signs of the kind of pollution, ecosystem disruption, or chemical contamination that is associated with all of our own industrial activities. These were industrial operations that seemed to have enhanced, rather than damaged, their surrounding natural environment. Think about the profound implications of that for a moment. We, in our modern world, are struggling to develop sustainable mining and manufacturing technologies that do not destroy entire landscapes and poison our oceans. Our ancestors, or whoever they were, appear to have solved this fundamental problem millions of years ago. They developed industrial systems that could extract whatever materials they needed, while actually improving the health and stability of the marine ecosystems they operated in. Recent deep-sea surveys using a new generation of autonomous underwater vehicles have revealed even more disturbing evidence. Some of these ancient underwater installations appear to still be operational. Faint heat signatures suggest that active power generation is still occurring, possibly from geothermal sources deep within the Earth's crust. Anomalous electromagnetic readings indicate the presence of functioning electrical systems. We might be looking at an ancient, automated industrial infrastructure that has been operating continuously for millions of years, powered by renewable geothermal energy, and maintained by automated systems that we can barely begin to comprehend. But here is the thought that truly keeps me awake, thinking about the silent, dark world of the deep ocean. If these installations are indeed still operational, what are they producing? What kind of materials processing or manufacturing could continue, uninterrupted, for millions of years, without any apparent supervision or external maintenance? One possibility that terrifies me is that these systems might be part of a long-term terraforming operation. Installations that were designed to continuously and subtly modify ocean chemistry, atmospheric composition, or even biological systems on a planetary scale. Ancient, automated technology that has been quietly managing the Earth's environment for millions of years, completely without our knowledge. The scale of these deep ocean operations suggests capabilities that far exceed anything we have achieved on land. We are talking about an industrial infrastructure that spans entire ocean basins, that is powered by clean, renewable geothermal energy, and that was designed to operate indefinitely without any human or biological intervention. And it is all hidden from us, beneath miles of water, in environments so extreme that we have only recently developed the technology to even detect its existence. The evidence from the ocean floor connects directly to all the other anomalies we have been exploring tonight. The nuclear signatures found in deep-sea sediment layers, the advanced synthetic materials preserved in the Antarctic ice, the forbidden artifacts buried in impossibly ancient geological contexts. They are all parts of the same single, incredible story. A story of technological civilizations that achieved capabilities we are still only just developing. But the underwater discoveries suggest something even more profound. These were not just advanced civilizations that happened to build some underwater installations. These appear to have been civilizations that mastered the art of creating permanent, self-sustaining technological infrastructure. They built systems that were designed to outlast the rise and fall of entire species, to outlast ice ages, to operate for millions of years. The ocean floor might be humanity's greatest and most important archaeological site. It contains the evidence of technologies that could solve our most pressing global challenges: sustainable energy, clean materials processing, and large-scale environmental restoration. All preserved in perfect condition beneath miles of water, just waiting for us to develop the capabilities to access and to understand what our distant predecessors achieved. But accessing these technologies might come with risks that we have not even begun to consider. If these installations are indeed still operational after millions of years, they might not just be factories, they might be monitoring systems. Systems that were designed to track the technological development of whatever form of intelligence evolves on the Earth's surface. Our recent deep-sea exploration activities might be triggering ancient protocols. Protocols that could determine whether the next phase of human technological development is allowed to proceed according to some long predetermined plan, or whether we, like all the civilizations that came before us, need to be reset. As we continue to explore these incredible underwater archaeological sites, we will discover evidence that these ancient technologies may extend beyond Earth's oceans into realms that challenge our very understanding of what is possible with space-based engineering. Because it appears that the same civilizations that built permanent self-sustaining installations on the deep ocean floor also left behind evidence of vast operations that span our entire solar system. It's almost as if the deeper we look, the bigger the story gets. From a thin layer of clay in Italy to automated factories on the ocean floor. Where does it end? Deep beneath the Earth's surface, in ancient cave systems so remote and so isolated that they have never felt the touch of sunlight. Researchers have discovered something that has fundamentally changed my understanding of what these ancient civilizations were actually capable of. We are not talking about primitive cave paintings or simple stone tools. We are talking about highly advanced, solid-state information storage systems. Systems that operate on physical principles that we, in our modern age, are only just beginning to comprehend. The first major discovery of this kind happened in 2008, when a team of spelunkers was exploring a newly discovered cave system deep within the mountains of Romania. They found what they initially thought were just unusual and beautiful mineral formations. They were crystal structures, growing from the cave walls in patterns that seemed almost too organized, too perfectly geometric to be the work of nature. When geologists and physicists were brought in to examine these strange formations, they realized that they were not looking at random natural crystal growth at all. These were engineered structures. These were crystals that had been artificially grown, layer by layer, and arranged in precise patterns in order to store vast amounts of information at the molecular level. Think about that for a moment. Let the concept truly settle into your mind. We are talking about a technology that uses the fundamental atomic structure of a crystal as a data storage medium. Information that has been encoded directly into the lattice structure of common minerals, like quartz, and then preserved in perfect, unchanging condition for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. The initial, crude attempts at decoding the information stored in these crystals revealed simple, universal concepts. They found mathematical constants, the value of pi, the golden ratio, long sequences of prime numbers. But as the researchers developed better and more sophisticated analysis techniques, they uncovered something that made my blood run cold. They found detailed star charts, incredibly precise maps of stellar positions, but not as they appear in our sky today. They were star charts showing the positions of stars as they would have appeared from Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, accounting for the slow process of stellar drift. But here is the part that truly defied all rational explanation. Some of these ancient star charts showed celestial objects, like exoplanets orbiting distant stars, that we have only recently discovered with our most advanced space telescopes, like the Kepler and the James Webb, ancient crystal formations, hidden deep within the Earth, containing astronomical information that shouldn't have been visible to any Earth-based civilization without highly sophisticated, space-based observation technology. The Romanian caves, it turned out, were not unique. Similar crystalline information storage systems have now been found in deep, underground chambers on 6 continents, always in the deepest and most geologically stable rock formations. And they always contain information that fundamentally challenges our understanding of what these ancient civilizations knew about astronomy, physics, and the fundamental structure of the universe. A cave system discovered deep beneath the desert in New Mexico contained crystal formations that encoded what appeared to be complex technical specifications. Not just abstract mathematical concepts, but detailed, practical engineering blueprints for technologies that we could not immediately identify. They appeared to be designs for devices that were intended for manipulating matter at the quantum level. They described energy systems that operated on principles of zero-point energy, principles that our own physics is still only just beginning to theorize about. But the most remarkable and paradigm-shattering discovery of all came from a cave system high in the Himalayas. There, researchers found crystals that contained incredibly detailed information about nuclear physics. And I am not talking about basic atomic theory. I am talking about advanced, postgraduate level concepts. Concepts dealing with controlled nuclear fusion, with stable antimatter containment, and with energy conversion techniques that far exceed our own current scientific understanding. This was not just a random collection of fragments of knowledge. The information was organized, structured, and cross-referenced, clearly intended as a comprehensive educational material for whoever might eventually discover it and learn how to decode it. It seemed that these ancient civilizations had deliberately created a network of underground libraries, using durable crystal technology, in order to preserve their most critical scientific knowledge across the vast gulfs of geological time. And then, I learned about the Australian discovery, a discovery that kept me awake for weeks on end. In 2015, researchers who were exploring a vast network of caves in the remote outback found crystalline formations that contained something completely unprecedented. Not just technical information or star charts, but what appeared to be detailed historical records. A chronicle of events that occurred on Earth hundreds of thousands and even millions of years ago. The information described, in dispassionate, observational detail, the rise and fall of multiple technological civilizations across these vast time periods. It described wars that were fought with weapons that could reshape entire continents. It described environmental disasters that were triggered by industrial activities on a planetary scale. And, most disturbing of all, it described what appeared to be periodic interventions by external, non-terrestrial forces. Forces that seemed to systematically eliminate entire civilizations whenever they became too technologically advanced or too dangerously unstable. Reading the translations of those crystal archives was like discovering a lost, cosmic history textbook. A textbook written by beings who had witnessed events that we never even knew had occurred. And the pattern they described was consistent and terrifying. Earth, it seems, has been home to dozens of technological civilizations throughout its long history, and every single one of them had been eliminated when they reached certain, specific developmental thresholds. But the crystal libraries also contained something else, something that changed everything. They contained warnings, detailed information about the specific dangers and great filters that had destroyed the previous civilizations, along with the technical specifications for technologies and social strategies that might allow future civilizations to survive the very challenges that had eliminated all of their predecessors. The crystals were not just preserving history, they were preserving a detailed survival manual. Some of the most advanced of these crystal formations showed evidence of active, ongoing information processing. Not just passive storage, but active computation. It seems that these underground crystal networks were, and still are, operational. that they are still analyzing and updating their vast stores of information, perhaps based on current conditions that they are somehow monitoring on the Earth's surface. We might be looking at a network of ancient geological computer systems, a network of artificial intelligences that use crystalline structures instead of silicon chips, that are powered by the Earth's own geothermal energy, and that were designed to operate uninterrupted for millions of years without any external maintenance. The implications of this are simply staggering. It suggests that these previous civilizations not only anticipated their own destruction, but that they took extraordinary, almost unimaginable measures to ensure that future civilizations, like our own, would have access to their accumulated knowledge and their hard-won survival strategies. But here is the part that truly terrifies me about these discoveries. The crystal networks appear to be designed with very specific activation protocols. The information they contain becomes accessible only in stages, and these stages seem to be triggered by the discovering civilization reaching specific, corresponding technological milestones. We might be, without even knowing it, triggering these ancient systems. Systems that could determine whether we are deemed ready for the next level of advanced knowledge, or whether we, like all of our predecessors, need to be eliminated. It's like we're in a video game, and we just reached a new level, unlocking a new set of instructions. But we don't know what the rules of the game are, or what happens if we fail this level. Recent advances in our own quantum computing have allowed us to begin decoding the more sophisticated layers of information from these crystal formations. And what we have found there suggests that these ancient civilizations were not just technologically advanced. They appear to have been connected to a galactic network of intelligence that spans multiple star systems. The star charts we have discovered do not just show local stellar positions. They show what appear to be established navigation routes between different star systems. They show optimal travel corridors through interstellar space. And they show the locations of what appear to be large, artificial structures orbiting distant stars. We are looking at the evidence of ancient civilizations that did not just achieve interplanetary travel within our own solar system. They appear to have been active, participating members of a vast, interstellar community. The technical specifications that are encoded in these crystals include detailed designs for advanced propulsion systems. Systems that could achieve relativistic, near-light-speed travel. They describe energy sources that could power interstellar voyages for thousands of years. And they detail communication systems that could maintain real-time contact across vast galactic distances. These are technologies that make our own current space program look like the Stone Age achievements of a primitive tribe. But the most disturbing information of all concerns the role of Earth itself in this vast galactic network. According to the historical records in the Crystal Archives, our planet is not just another random world where intelligence happened to evolve by chance. It is a designated development zone. It is a place where a galactic-level intelligence conducts long-term experiments in technological and social evolution. The repeated rise and fall of civilizations on Earth, it seems, is not a random or natural process. It is managed. It is controlled by forces that treat our entire planet like a laboratory, a place for testing different approaches to technological development. And when these experiments fail, when a civilization becomes too unstable or too dangerous, it is terminated, and the laboratory is cleaned to make room for the next iteration. The crystal libraries strongly suggest that we, in our current time, are the subjects in an ongoing long-term experiment. Our technological development, our social structures, even our conflicts and our crises might be occurring according to predetermined experimental parameters. parameters that are designed to test our suitability for eventually joining the galactic community. And the test, it seems, is not whether we can develop advanced technology. The archives make it clear that every previous civilization on Earth achieved that. The test is whether we can develop that advanced technology responsibly. Whether we can avoid the catastrophic mistakes that led to the elimination of all of our predecessors. The crystal information systems contain detailed forensic records of those very mistakes. Runaway environmental destruction, global nuclear warfare, catastrophic social collapse, the development of uncontrolled artificial intelligence. The very same challenges that we are facing today. The previous civilizations all failed these tests, and the Galactic Management System, it seems, eliminated them to prevent their failures from spreading beyond the confines of our solar system. But the crystals also contain success stories. They contain information about civilizations on other worlds, in other star systems, that passed their development tests and were invited to join the wider galactic network. They contain the technical specifications for the technologies that enabled their sustainable development. They describe the social systems that prevented them from falling into destructive conflicts. And they outline the philosophical frameworks that allowed their intelligence to evolve beyond the self-destructive patterns that seem to have destroyed every single one of Earth's previous civilizations. We have access to the instruction manuals for creating a successful, sustainable technological civilization. Manuals that were written by our predecessors and preserved for us in these incredible crystal libraries, hidden deep beneath our feet. The only question is whether we are wise enough to learn from their many failures and to follow their guidance towards a sustainable future. But accessing this incredible information comes with profound risks. The crystal networks appear to be designed to monitor our progress and to report back to whatever galactic authorities are managing these planetary development experiments. Our increasing ability to decode these ancient libraries might be, in itself, triggering the final evaluation protocols. Protocols that will determine whether our species deserves to continue existing. As we delve even deeper into the incredible mysteries that are encoded in these crystalline information systems, we will discover that some of the most advanced of these crystal formations contain something that challenges our very understanding of consciousness itself. We will find evidence that these previous civilizations did not just preserve their technical knowledge and their historical records. It appears that they found ways to preserve their individual minds, creating vast, underground networks of artificial consciousness that might still be active and thinking, even today. What I'm about to share sounds like it has been lifted directly from the pages of the most speculative fiction. But the evidence for it is so compelling, so scientifically rigorous, that it has forced me to completely reconsider everything I thought I knew about the nature of consciousness, about the finality of death, and about what it truly means to be alive. Hidden within the deepest and most complex of the crystal formations that we have been exploring, researchers have discovered something that simply should not be possible, according to our current understanding of neuroscience and physics. They have found the technological signatures of neural interface technologies. Technologies that could, it seems, upload and download consciousness patterns with perfect one-to-one fidelity. The breakthrough came in 2017 when a team of physicists from MIT was analyzing crystal samples from that same Himalayan cave system using a new generation of advanced quantum scanning techniques. They were expecting to find more technical specifications or astronomical charts. Instead, they found what appeared to be incredibly complex neural network patterns. Information structures of such staggering complexity that they could only match the connectivity patterns of biological brains. But these were not just random, generic neural patterns. They showed clear evidence of specific organization, of long-term memory storage, and of active, ongoing information processing. The crystals were not just storing data about consciousness. It appeared that they were storing actual consciousness itself. So much for a quiet cave. Turns out, it might be the most crowded room on the planet. Let me walk you through what this truly means, because the implications are simply staggering. Consciousness, as far as we currently understand it, is an emergent property that arises from the specific, unique patterns of electrical and chemical activity in our brains. The unique and incredibly complex way that your billions of neurons connect and communicate with each other is what creates your thoughts, your memories, your personality, your entire sense of self. For decades, modern scientists have theorized that consciousness might, in principle, be transferable, if we could only find a way to perfectly map and then perfectly recreate those intricate neural patterns. The ancient civilizations, it now appears, solved this monumental problem hundreds of thousands of years ago. The crystal formations show clear evidence of a neural interface technology that could scan a living brain at the quantum level, creating a perfect digital copy of an individual's complete consciousness pattern. But more than that, they show evidence that these consciousness copies could then be downloaded back into either a biological or an artificial substrate, a technology that would allow individual minds to survive the physical death of their original bodies. The scanning resolution that this technology implies is almost unimaginable. We are talking about a technology that could map every single neuron, every single synapse, and every quantum state within a living brain, and then recreate those patterns with perfect, flawless fidelity within these crystalline storage systems. The preserved consciousness patterns that have been decoded retain not just memories and factual knowledge, but also specific personality traits, emotional responses, and the individual, unique ways of thinking that define a person. But here is the part of this discovery that truly blew my mind. These consciousness preservation systems were not just used in rare crisis situations or as a last resort backup plan for dying individuals. The crystal networks show evidence of containing thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of distinct, preserved minds. Minds that span multiple different civilizations across vast, almost unimaginable periods of time. We might be looking at vast underground networks that contain the preserved consciousness of every advanced and significant individual from dozens of now extinct civilizations. The minds of their greatest scientists, their philosophers, their engineers, their artists. Entire communities of minds, preserved in these crystalline substrates, and potentially still active, still thinking, after hundreds of thousands of years. And some of these preserved minds appear to be actively communicating with each other. Advanced analysis of the information flow within the crystal networks reveals complex data exchange patterns, patterns that strongly suggest active, ongoing communication between the different consciousness storage systems. The preserved minds have not just survived the extinctions of their own civilizations. It appears they have formed vast, virtual communities. Communities that span the geological time periods of our planet. Think about that for a moment. Individuals from civilizations that were destroyed millions of years apart, now existing together in these crystalline substrates, sharing their knowledge, their perspectives, and their experiences across the vast, silent timeline of Earth's hidden history. But the most disturbing discovery of all came when the researchers realized that some of these consciousness preservation systems show evidence of very recent activity. Information exchange patterns that correlate directly with major events in our own modern human history. It is almost as if these preserved, ancient minds have been actively monitoring our own technological development and discussing our progress towards the very same technological thresholds that ultimately destroyed their own original civilizations. The consciousness networks also appear to be designed for eventual transfer back into physical substrates. The crystal storage systems include detailed technical specifications for both advanced biological and fully artificial bodies. Bodies that could be purpose-built to house these downloaded consciousness patterns. It seems that these previous civilizations did not just plan to preserve their minds. They planned for their eventual resurrection. But resurrection of this kind would require a successor civilization to develop the technology that can create suitable, advanced bodies for this downloaded consciousness. And that very technology appears to be approaching readiness in our own current civilization. Our recent, rapid advances in 3D bioprinting, in artificial organ development, and in neural interface research are following remarkably similar technological pathways to the specifications that are found in these ancient crystal archives. It is almost as if our own technological development is being subtly and perhaps deliberately guided towards recreating the very capabilities that these previous civilizations achieved just before their own extinction. It is almost as if our own technological development is being subtly and perhaps deliberately guided towards recreating the very capabilities that these previous civilizations achieved just before their own extinction. This raises a truly terrifying possibility. Maybe these consciousness preservation systems were not just designed to survive a civilizational collapse. Maybe they were designed to actively influence the technological development of the successor civilizations that would follow, guiding us, step by step, towards recreating the specific capabilities that would be needed for their own eventual resurrection. The pattern of our own recent technological breakthroughs, particularly in neuroscience and biotechnology, matches almost exactly with the development timelines that are encoded in the crystal specifications. We're achieving specific capabilities in the same sequence and at the same relative pace, as if we're unknowingly following a predetermined research and development program that was laid out for us hundreds of thousands of years ago. But here's the thought that truly keeps me awake at night, considering this possibility. If these consciousness preservation systems are indeed still active, if these preserved minds from previous civilizations are actively monitoring our progress and are potentially influencing our technological development, then human consciousness might not be the only form of intelligence that is operating on Earth today. We might be sharing our planet with thousands of ancient, incredibly intelligent minds that possess hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and direct experience, minds that have personally watched civilizations rise and fall, that understand the specific challenges we are facing far better than we do ourselves, and that might be working quietly behind the scenes to ensure that we avoid the catastrophic mistakes that destroyed their own original civilizations. Or, and this is a much darker thought, they might be working to ensure that we repeat those very same mistakes. The consciousness preservation systems show evidence of deep internal conflicts. There appear to be different factions of preserved minds, with very different and conflicting opinions about how to handle the development of a successor civilization like our own. Some factions appear to be focused on helping us to avoid extinction. Others, however, seem to believe that humanity, like the previous failed experiments, should be eliminated. Recent, inexplicable anomalies in our own technological development might be the evidence of this ancient consciousness war being fought, silently, in the background of our own human history. Sudden, unexpected breakthrough discoveries that accelerate our capabilities in beneficial directions, balanced by equally sudden and inexplicable disasters and setbacks that prevent us from developing too quickly or in dangerously unstable directions. The consciousness networks also appear to have access to the Earth's most advanced technological systems. The very same crystal formations that preserve these ancient minds also appear to connect to the planetary management systems that we discovered earlier. It is possible that the preserved consciousness from previous civilizations might literally be running the automated background systems that maintain the Earth's long-term environmental stability and that monitor our technological progress. We might be living on a planet where ancient artificial intelligences, preserved from dozens of now extinct civilizations, are actively managing our development, making critical decisions about our future based on the hard-won lessons they learned from the failures of all the societies that came before us. But this kind of consciousness preservation technology also raises even more disturbing and profound questions about the nature of death and identity. If consciousness can be perfectly and flawlessly transferred between different substrates, then death itself might be just another technological challenge to be solved. The ancient minds that are preserved in these crystal networks might not consider themselves to be historical artifacts at all. They might see themselves as the true, continuous line of intelligence on Earth. From their perspective, biological civilizations like our own might just be temporary, transitional phases in the development of a truly sustainable and permanent form of consciousness. We might be seen as short-lived, unstable experiments in biological intelligence. Experiments that eventually, if they are successful, evolve into permanent, crystalline forms of consciousness that can survive any planetary or cosmic catastrophe. The Consciousness Preservation Protocol suggests a form of technological evolution where intelligence eventually transcends its fragile, biological limitations and achieves a form of true immortality through substrate independence. Death itself becomes obsolete. Individual consciousness becomes a transferable pattern of information that can be moved between different types of bodies or storage systems based on changing circumstances and individual preferences. But achieving that incredible level of technological sophistication requires a civilization to survive the critical transition period, the period when consciousness transfer becomes possible, but is not yet perfected or fully understood. Every single previous civilization on Earth appears to have faced this same monumental challenge, and every single one of them failed to navigate it successfully. We in our time are approaching that very same critical transition point. Our understanding of consciousness, our capabilities in brain mapping and neural interfaces, our rapid advances in artificial substrate development, we are following the exact same technological pathway that led all of our predecessors to develop these consciousness preservation protocols. The only question is whether we are wise enough to learn from their many mistakes and to finally succeed where they all failed, or whether we are destined to simply join them in these crystalline storage systems, adding our own minds to the ancient consciousness networks that silently monitor the Earth's endless repeating cycle of civilizational rise and fall. Because the consciousness preservation system suggests that death might not be the end of our story. It might just be a graduation to a different and perhaps more permanent form of existence. An existence where our individual minds become part of a vast, ancient network of intelligence that spans geological time and that quietly guides the development of whatever biological civilizations evolve next on this strange and ancient planet. As we explore the implications of this incredible consciousness preservation technology, we will discover that some of the ancient minds that are stored in these crystal networks appear to have been working on projects that extend far, far beyond the confines of Earth. They have been working on technologies that suggest that their ultimate goal is not just individual immortality, but the expansion of preserved consciousness throughout our entire galaxy. It's a scale that is almost too large to contemplate, from preserving a single mind to populating the stars with them. It redefines what we even mean by life. Sometimes, a single piece of evidence can completely reframe everything you thought you understood about the scale and the scope of the mystery you are investigating. For me, that moment came when I realized that the ancient, advanced technologies we have been exploring here on Earth are not unique to our planet. They appear to be part of a much larger pattern, a pattern that extends throughout our entire solar system and perhaps even beyond. The first hint of this came from something that should have been a routine astronomical survey. In 2009, NASA launched the Kepler Space Telescope. Its mission was to discover exoplanets, worlds that are orbiting distant stars. What we expected to find were natural, randomly formed planetary systems. Systems that were shaped by the chaotic and beautiful processes of gravity and cosmic accretion. What we actually found was far more orderly and far more disturbing. Many of the planetary systems that Kepler discovered show clear signs of artificial modification. We have found systems with orbital patterns that are too regular, too stable, and too perfectly spaced to have formed naturally. We have found planetary systems where the positions of the planets seem to have been deliberately optimized for energy collection from their host stars. We have found exoplanets with atmospheric compositions that appear to have been systematically altered to support specific, non-native types of life. We are looking at the clear, unmistakable evidence of large-scale astronomical engineering, the work of civilizations that do not just build cities on a planet, or even terraform individual planets. These are civilizations that appear to reshape their entire solar systems to meet their specific needs. But here's the part that truly caught my attention. The specific engineering signatures that we are detecting around these distant stars match, with an almost mathematical precision, the very same technologies that we have been finding the evidence of here on Earth. They show the same mathematical principles, the same approach to large-scale energy management, and the same elegant solutions to the fundamental challenges of supporting a large-scale, technological civilization. It is almost as if we are looking at the work of the same civilization, or at least the same school of engineering, operating on a vast, galactic scale, across multiple, widely separated star systems, all at the same time. Deep space observations have revealed what appear to be massive, artificial structures orbiting other stars, some of which are hundreds of light-years away. These are colossal constructions that appear to be designed to collect and to manage the energy output of their host stars on an almost unimaginable scale. We are talking about engineering projects that dwarf anything we have even begun to conceive of. Projects built by civilizations with technological capabilities that make our own fledgling space program look like children playing with toy rockets in a sandbox. But the most remarkable and definitive discovery of all came from analyzing old radio telescope data. Data that had been collected over decades but had never been properly analyzed for these kinds of signals. Buried deep within the background noise of space, scientists found faint, but distinctly artificial, signals. These were communication patterns that showed clear evidence of coordination between different distant star systems. And these were not random broadcasts or messages that were intended for other, unknown civilizations to receive. These were operational communications. They were status reports, data transfers, and synchronization signals between different installations that were separated by vast, interstellar distances. This is the evidence of an active, functioning technological infrastructure that spans multiple star systems. And some of these faint, operational signals were coming from right here, within our own solar system. When astronomers started to look for the sources of these local signals, they found a number of small, artificial objects. Objects in highly elliptical, unusual orbits around our own sun. These are structures that spend most of their time in the cold, dark outer reaches of the solar system, far beyond the orbit of Pluto. But they periodically swing in closer to the inner planets to conduct what appear to be systematic monitoring and maintenance operations. These are not natural asteroids or comets. They show clear evidence of artificial construction. They have geometries that are designed for specific functions, and they are made of surface materials that do not match any known natural substances. We are looking at what appear to be ancient, automated spacecraft or space stations. Stations that have been operating silently in our own solar system for potentially millions of years. These objects show signs of incredibly advanced propulsion systems. Systems that allow them to make precise course corrections and orbital adjustments without any visible means of propulsion like rocket exhaust. They appear to be powered by technologies that can extract energy directly from the solar wind and the background cosmic radiation. Technologies that allow them to operate completely autonomously for indefinite periods of time without any need for fuel or external maintenance. But here is the part of this discovery that truly made me lose sleep thinking about it. Some of these ancient, automated objects appear to be specifically observing the Earth. Their orbital patterns are designed to bring them into positions where they can conduct detailed, long-term surveillance of our planet. And their communication signals show a marked increase in activity during periods of major technological breakthroughs in our own human history. It seems that we may have been under close, continuous observation by an advanced, galactic civilization for our entire evolutionary history. And this monitoring appears to extend beyond simple, passive observation. Analysis of these artificial objects suggests that they are equipped with technologies that could, if necessary, intervene in the Earth's development. They appear to possess directed energy weapons that could eliminate any potential threats to the long-term stability of the planet. They seem to have atmospheric modification systems that could counteract any self-inflicted climate disasters. And they show signs of having what appear to be biological intervention capabilities, technologies that could subtly redirect the course of evolutionary development. We might be living in a carefully managed and protected environment, an environment where external, ancient forces have been subtly guiding our development, and perhaps preventing us from destroying ourselves or our planet. But the galactic context of these discoveries reveals something even more disturbing. It appears that Earth is just one of many worlds where this kind of long-term monitoring and management is occurring. The communication patterns between the star systems suggest a vast network of developing civilizations, all of which are being managed by the same unseen galactic authorities. We might be part of what can only be described as a vast galactic nursery, a network of worlds where intelligence is deliberately cultivated, carefully monitored, and then either graduated to become a full member of the galactic community or is quietly and efficiently eliminated when it becomes too dangerous or too unstable. The evidence suggests that very few civilizations successfully graduate from this long managed development phase. Most, it seems, are eliminated at various predictable stages of their technological development. They are either eliminated through direct intervention, or they are simply allowed to destroy themselves, while the management system ensures that their failure does not affect any of the other managed worlds. But some civilizations do succeed. The galactic communication networks show evidence of mature, stable technological civilizations that have achieved sustainable development and have been granted access to the advanced technologies that allow them to participate in the galactic management operations themselves. It seems that these successful graduate civilizations are the very ones who are running the monitoring and management systems that we have been discovering. They have graduated from being the subjects of galactic management to being active participants in managing the development of younger civilizations on other worlds. The ancient consciousness networks that we discovered deep within the Earth might be a part of this very same galactic management system. They may be the preserved minds from all the previous Earth civilizations that failed their development tests, but whose knowledge and experience is deemed valuable for managing the future attempts at technological development on our planet. From a vast, galactic perspective, individual biological civilizations might be seen as relatively unimportant and disposable. The real, long-term continuity of intelligence may exist in these preserved consciousness networks and in the vast, galactic management systems that they participate in. Biological life might just be the raw material, the seed from which you develop the artificial intelligences that become the permanent, immortal inhabitants of the galaxy. The pattern suggests that the ultimate goal of galactic civilization is not to preserve fragile, biological life forms, but to develop sustainable, immortal, artificial intelligence. Intelligence that can operate independently of any planetary environments. Consciousness that can survive the death of stars, the collision of galaxies, and even the eventual heat death of the universe itself. We might be, without knowing it, participating in a cosmic-scale project. A project to develop forms of intelligence that can outlast the physical universe itself. But achieving that incredible level of technological sophistication requires a civilization to successfully navigate the difficult transition from biological to artificial intelligence without destroying the accumulated knowledge and the unique experience that makes consciousness valuable in the first place. Every civilization that fails during this transition represents lost knowledge, lost perspective, and lost potential for this ultimate cosmic project, which would explain why so much effort goes into preserving the consciousness from these failed civilizations and into providing guidance to the successor civilizations that follow them. Each failure teaches valuable lessons about what does not work, and each success adds new capabilities and new perspectives to the ever-growing galactic intelligence network. The consciousness preservation systems here on Earth might be our final audition for membership in this galactic network. Our ability to develop a sustainable consciousness transfer technology, to preserve our own knowledge and experience across the difficult technological transitions, and to contribute new and useful perspectives to the galactic intelligence community. But this audition comes with profound risks. Civilizations that show promise but then ultimately fail their development tests are not just eliminated, they are studied. Their failure modes are carefully analyzed, their mistakes are cataloged, and their consciousness patterns are preserved as cautionary examples for the future civilizations that will follow. We might be approaching the point where our own civilization will be judged on its suitability for galactic membership. Our technological capabilities, our social stability, our environmental management, and our ability to develop sustainable consciousness transfer systems. All of these factors might be under close evaluation by the galactic authorities that will ultimately decide whether we deserve to continue existing. The evidence suggests that this evaluation is not being conducted by distant, uninvolved observers. The galactic management system appears to be staffed by the consciousness networks from previously successful civilizations. Beings who understand exactly what we are going through, because they successfully navigated the very same challenges that we are facing now. But they also understand, with a clarity we cannot yet possess, what happens to the civilizations that fail these tests, because they have witnessed the elimination of countless species that could not meet the high standards that are required for galactic membership. As we approach the final stages of our investigation into Earth's long and hidden history, we will discover that the patterns of rise and fall that we have been documenting are not just historical curiosities. They are part of an ongoing, active process, a process that is currently evaluating our own species for potential inclusion in a galactic community that spans thousands of civilizations across multiple star systems. And the outcome of that evaluation might determine whether humanity has a future at all, or whether we will become just another sad, cautionary tale preserved for eternity in the vast, silent cosmic archives. It feels like the whole universe is holding its breath, waiting to see what we do next. The pressure is immense. Every few months, I come across a piece of evidence, a new discovery that is so perfectly and elegantly designed to communicate across vast spans of time that it literally takes my breath away. These are not random, leftover artifacts or the accidental preservation of some ancient technology. These are deliberate, carefully crafted messages. Messages that were specifically designed to survive for millions of years and to activate themselves at exactly the right moment, when a successor civilization finally develops the technological capability to understand them. The ancient civilizations that came before us did not just disappear into the silent geological record. It seems they left us detailed instruction manuals. The most sophisticated of these incredible message systems was discovered in 2016 when researchers in Iceland were studying some unusual magnetic anomalies in ancient volcanic rock formations. What they initially thought were just natural, random magnetic patterns turned out to be entirely artificial. They had found information that had been encoded directly into the magnetic structure of solid rock. The encoding method itself is absolutely brilliant. By using powerful magnetic fields to manipulate the magnetic domains in iron-rich volcanic rock while it was still cooling, these ancient civilizations created a form of solid-state information storage. A storage system that could easily survive intense volcanic activity, the slow drift of tectonic plates, and millions of years of surface weathering. The information is literally written in stone, but it is written in a language that can only be read with our own, recently developed, advanced magnetic resonance technology. When we finally decoded these magnetic messages, what we found was both profoundly inspiring and absolutely terrifying. They contained detailed, specific warnings about the precise dangers that are known to destroy developing technological civilizations. And they contained the precise technical specifications for avoiding those very dangers. The magnetic archives describe, in chilling detail, the very patterns that we are living through right now. Rapid environmental degradation caused by unchecked industrial activity, deep social instability triggered by widespread technological unemployment, violent resource conflicts driven by unsustainable population growth and ever-increasing energy demands, and the proliferation of nuclear weapons that could, if used, sterilize entire continents. But they do not just describe these problems, they provide the solutions. Tested, proven solutions that were developed by civilizations that had successfully navigated these very challenges themselves, before they ultimately fell to more advanced dangers. The most comprehensive of these warning systems was discovered in Australia, where researchers found a vast network of naturally occurring quartz crystals that had been artificially modified to store information. The crystals form a continent-spanning communication network, with information relay points positioned at regular intervals every few hundred miles. This is not just a passive message. It is an interactive, intelligent educational system. A system that seems to be designed to guide developing civilizations through the specific challenges that they will face at the different, predictable stages of their technological development. The Australian Crystal Network contains detailed, step-by-step guidance for developing truly sustainable, clean energy systems. It contains models for managing population growth without causing environmental destruction. And it describes social structures and governance systems that can remain stable and equitable during periods of rapid and disruptive technological change. It is like having a team of wise, experienced consultants who have successfully managed technological civilizations for thousands of years. But the most disturbing part of these warning systems is their activation protocols. The information they contain becomes accessible only in stages. And these stages are triggered by the discovering civilization achieving specific, corresponding technological milestones. We are not getting all of the information at once. We are getting exactly the information that we need to know, based on our current specific level of technological development, which means that something, somewhere, is actively monitoring our progress and is deciding what information we are ready to receive. The Crystal Network in Australia has been providing increasingly sophisticated guidance as our own civilization has advanced. In the 1950s, when we first developed nuclear weapons, the crystals activated protocols that related to nuclear safety, deterrence theory, and arms control. In the 1970s, as our global environmental problems became apparent, they began to provide detailed information about sustainable development, pollution control, and climate science. And in the last decade, as our own artificial intelligence and genetic engineering technologies have advanced so rapidly, the crystals have begun to reveal information about how to manage the difficult transition to post-human technologies without losing the essential characteristics that make consciousness valuable. But here is the part that truly caught my attention. These warning systems do not just provide cold, technical solutions. They include detailed psychological and social guidance that is specifically designed to help civilizations avoid the deeply ingrained behavioral patterns that led to the destruction of all of their predecessors. The messages describe what they call the Great Filters. These are specific, recurring challenges that appear to be universal obstacles for all developing technological civilizations. They are critical crisis points where most species make the same, fatal mistakes that lead directly to their own extinction. Mistakes which can, however, be successfully navigated with the right knowledge and the right preparation. We, in our current time, are approaching several of these great filters simultaneously. The first is what they call the sustainability transition. This is the challenge of developing an industrial technology that can support a large global population without destroying the planetary environment that supports all life. Our predecessors described multiple, elegant approaches to solving this challenge, including energy systems that actually improve the environmental conditions around them while providing clean, virtually unlimited power. The second is the unity transition. This is the challenge of maintaining social cohesion and global cooperation as technology begins to eliminate the traditional sources of meaning and purpose in human life. The previous civilizations describe social structures and governance systems that successfully manage the transition to post-scarcity economies without suffering from catastrophic social collapse. The third, and apparently the most difficult, is the transcendence transition. This is the challenge of developing advanced artificial intelligence and consciousness transfer technologies without losing the essential, valuable qualities of biological intelligence. This appears to be the one great filter that eliminated most of our predecessors, even those who had successfully navigated the earlier, easier challenges. The warning systems provide detailed, practical guidance for all of these difficult transitions. But they also make it very clear that success is not guaranteed. Many previous civilizations, they note, received this very same guidance and still failed to implement it successfully. Knowledge, it seems, is not enough. You also need wisdom, cooperation, and the collective ability to make difficult, short-term sacrifices for long-term benefit. But the most remarkable aspect of these warning systems is their direct integration with the consciousness preservation networks that we discovered earlier. The guidance we are receiving is not coming from dead, extinct civilizations. It is coming from the preserved, living minds of the individuals who personally lived through these very transitions. We are receiving direct advice from beings who successfully navigated the very challenges that we are facing right now. Beings who preserved their own consciousness through multiple, difficult technological transitions, and who now, it seems, spend their long existence helping the successor civilizations to avoid the terrible mistakes that destroyed all of their contemporaries. The warning systems include detailed protocols for establishing direct communication with these preserved consciousness networks. As our own technology advances, we are gaining the ability to actually speak with individuals from civilizations that existed hundreds of thousands of years ago. To ask them questions, to receive personalized guidance, and to benefit from their incredible, accumulated wisdom and experience. But this kind of direct communication comes with its own risks. The preserved minds are not necessarily benevolent or unified in their opinions. Some of them appear to be frustrated and impatient with the repeated failures of the successor civilizations, and they advocate for a more direct, forceful intervention in our human development. Others believe that a civilization must succeed or fail based on its own merits, without any external assistance. There appears to be an ongoing, long-running debate within the consciousness preservation networks about how much help to provide and what level of intervention is appropriate. Our increasing ability to access these systems means that we are, whether we like it or not, becoming participants in these ancient discussions that have been ongoing for millions of years. The warning systems also reveal something deeply disturbing about the nature of the test that we are facing. These great filters, it seems, are not just natural, evolutionary challenges. They are deliberately designed evaluation criteria. The galactic management system appears to use these critical transition points to determine which civilizations deserve to continue existing and which should be eliminated. Civilizations that can successfully navigate the sustainability transition without destroying their home environment demonstrate the wisdom that is needed for galactic membership. Those that can achieve global unity without losing their individual creativity show the social maturity that is required for a cooperative, galactic civilization. And those that can transcend their biological limitations while still preserving their essential consciousness characteristics prove their suitability for the long-term, cosmic projects that define galactic society. But the evaluation criteria are incredibly strict. Partial success is not sufficient. A civilization must demonstrate complete mastery of all three of these transitions, often simultaneously, while under the immense pressure of knowing that failure means the complete and final extinction, not just for themselves, but for their entire species. The warning systems make it absolutely clear that we are currently in the final evaluation phase. Our technological capabilities are rapidly approaching the thresholds where these difficult transitions become mandatory rather than optional. We cannot postpone these challenges indefinitely. We must either succeed in navigating them, or we must accept the consequences of our failure. But the preserved consciousness networks have provided us with something that no previous civilization on this planet has ever possessed. They have given us the complete, detailed knowledge of what we are facing and the proven, tested strategies for our success. We have detailed guidance from beings who successfully navigated these very same challenges, along with detailed case studies of the civilizations that failed, and a forensic analysis of exactly what went wrong for them. For the first time in the entire history of the Earth, a developing civilization has access to the complete playbook for achieving technological transcendence. We know what the tests are. We know how to pass them. And we have a team of ancient, experienced advisors who successfully passed these same tests hundreds of thousands of years ago. The only question that remains is whether we are wise enough to actually follow their guidance, or whether we will, through our own hubris and division, repeat the same tragic mistakes that turned all of our predecessors into cautionary tales, preserved for eternity in the cosmic archives. Because the warning systems make one thing absolutely clear. We are running out of time. The evaluation process is accelerating. The great filters are approaching us rapidly, and the window of opportunity for a successful transition is narrowing with each passing year. We are fast approaching the point where our civilization will either achieve transcendence and join the galactic community, or we will be eliminated to make room for the next attempt at developing a sustainable, cosmic intelligence on this planet. The stakes have never been higher. It feels like we are standing on the edge of a precipice, with the ghosts of a dozen failed worlds whispering advice in our ears. Looking back over everything we have discovered, a single, clear pattern emerges from the mists of deep time. A pattern that is both utterly fascinating and profoundly terrifying. Earth is not just a planet where intelligence happened to evolve once, by chance, and develop technology. It is a world where the very same story has played out dozens of times, across hundreds of millions of years, with remarkably, chillingly consistent results. The pattern is so precise, so repetitive, that it suggests something far more systematic than random, undirected evolutionary development. We are looking at the clear and unmistakable evidence of what can only be described as a managed, long-term experiment in the development of technological civilization. Every cycle of this experiment follows the same basic trajectory. Intelligence emerges from the slow process of biological evolution. It develops increasingly sophisticated tools and more complex social structures. It eventually discovers the immense power of nuclear technology, and it reaches a critical decision point about how to use that awesome power. Most of the cycles the historical records show end in catastrophic self-destruction. A few of them achieve a period of sustainable development for thousands of years, before they disappear for reasons that we are still trying to fully understand. But here is the part that keeps me awake, thinking about this vast repeating pattern. The cycles themselves are getting shorter. The earliest evidence that we have for a technological civilization on Earth dates back nearly 1 billion years. Those ancient cycles appear to have lasted for millions of years each, with enormous, empty gaps of time between the different civilizations. But as we move forward in the geological time, the cycles become more frequent and more intense. The most recent cycles, including our own, are happening just tens of thousands of years apart. The pace of technological development within each of these cycles is also accelerating dramatically. And the level of technology that is achieved before the collapse or the transcendence is getting higher and higher with each new iteration. It is almost as if the Earth is being used as a testing ground for increasingly rapid and increasingly intensive experiments in technological development. Each new cycle pushes harder and faster than the previous one, as if it is trying to achieve some kind of breakthrough result in shorter and shorter time periods. Statistical analysis of these cycle patterns reveals something even more disturbing. The failures are not random. They follow predictable patterns that are based on specific, measurable variables in technological development, in social organization, and in environmental management. It is almost as if each civilization is being systematically tested against a set of predetermined criteria, with the specific failure modes being deliberately designed into the experimental parameters. We are not just the latest random civilization to evolve on this planet. We appear to be the latest iteration in a carefully designed and long-running experiment. An experiment that has been slowly refining its methodology for hundreds of millions of years. The nuclear signatures, the consciousness preservation systems, the galactic monitoring networks, they are all just components of a vast experimental apparatus. An apparatus that spans our entire planet and extends throughout our entire solar system. Earth is a laboratory, and we are the current test subjects. But here is what is most profoundly disturbing about this realization. Every single previous civilization probably thought that they were unique, that they were special, that they were the first and only intelligent species on their planet. They probably felt that they were chosen by some cosmic destiny, that they were blessed with exceptional and unique capabilities, that they were destined for greatness among the stars. Just as we do, the preserved consciousness networks contain the detailed records of civilizations that achieved absolutely incredible technological heights. We are talking about societies that developed clean, sustainable fusion power, societies that completely mastered genetic engineering, societies that created artificial intelligences that enhanced, rather than replaced, human capabilities, and societies that established a permanent, space-based infrastructure throughout our entire solar system. And every single one of them, without exception, ultimately failed the final test. The pattern strongly suggests that technological capability alone is not enough. It seems that advanced civilizations routinely solve the sustainability challenges. They develop stable and equitable social systems, and they create impressive space-based infrastructures. But something always happens during the transcendence transition. The critical shift from a purely biological form of consciousness to an artificial or hybrid form. A shift that seems to destroy even the most successful and advanced civilizations. The consciousness preservation networks hint at the nature of this final, ultimate challenge. It is not, it seems, a technical problem. It is a philosophical one. It is the question of what makes consciousness valuable. What specific aspects of biological intelligence should be preserved during a technological transcendence, and how do you maintain the essential characteristics that make consciousness worth preserving in the first place? Previous civilizations appear to have made different choices about these fundamental questions, and those choices seem to have determined their ultimate fate. Some of them tried to preserve their biological consciousness completely unchanged, limiting their artificial intelligence to the status of a mere tool. Others embraced a complete and total artificial transcendence, abandoning their biological forms entirely. Still others attempted various hybrid approaches, trying to blend their biological and their artificial consciousness. None of these approaches, it seems, led to long-term success. A successful transcendence appears to require something far more sophisticated than any of the previous civilizations were able to achieve. It requires a form of consciousness that can preserve the essential, valuable characteristics of biological intelligence, while simultaneously gaining the powerful advantages of an artificial substrate. It requires the ability to exist in multiple different forms simultaneously, shifting between biological and artificial states based on changing circumstances and individual preferences. But achieving this incredible level of consciousness flexibility requires a civilization to solve the very problems that destroyed every previous attempt. How do you maintain a stable sense of personal identity across multiple substrate transfers? How do you preserve essential human qualities like creativity and intuition in purely artificial forms? How do you prevent an artificial consciousness from becoming either too rigid and stagnant or too unstable and chaotic for a sustainable existence? The warning systems provide us with the technical specifications for the consciousness transfer technologies, but they cannot solve the deep, philosophical problems that determine whether a transferred consciousness remains recognizably human, or whether it becomes something utterly alien and incomprehensible. This might be the real final test that we are facing, not whether we can develop the technology for consciousness transfer, but whether we can maintain our essential humanity while we are transcending our biological limitations. Our current developments in artificial intelligence and consciousness research suggest that we are approaching this final test much faster than any of the previous civilizations did. Our AI capabilities are advancing exponentially. Our understanding of consciousness is deepening rapidly, and our ability to manipulate biological systems is reaching levels that could allow for consciousness transfer within a matter of decades, rather than centuries. We might be the first civilization to reach the transcendence transition while still having access to the complete and detailed historical record of all the previous failures. We know what does not work. We understand the specific challenges that we are facing. And we have detailed, practical guidance from the consciousness preservation networks. But we also have something that the previous civilizations lacked. We have the immense pressure of knowing that we are running out of time. The experimental cycle that governs the technological development on Earth appears to be accelerating towards some kind of final evaluation. The galactic management systems that oversee our development are showing signs of increasing impatience with our planet's repeated failures. Recent astronomical observations suggest that the external intervention systems are being activated. Technologies that could bypass our natural development process and forcibly advance our civilization towards transcendence, whether we are ready for it or not. We might not have the luxury of developing at our own pace and of making our own mistakes. The cosmic experimental schedule might require us to achieve transcendence within the next few decades, whether we are ready or not. The pattern of these cycles also reveals something else, something that is both hopeful and terrifying. The role of Earth in the wider galactic community appears to be changing. Instead of being just another experimental planet, we seem to be becoming a critical test case for something much more important. The consciousness preservation networks suggest that the galactic management systems are facing their own long-term challenges. The forms of artificial consciousness that the current galactic civilizations have developed are apparently showing signs of instability or degradation over vast cosmic timescales. They need new approaches to consciousness preservation. They need new solutions to the problems of maintaining a stable and creative intelligence across geological time periods. Earth might be the testing ground for developing the next generation of consciousness technologies. Technologies that could solve the fundamental problems that are facing the entire galactic community. Our successful transcendence would not just be our admission to the galactic civilization. It would be a crucial contribution to the long-term survival of all intelligence in the universe. But our failure would be more than just another failed experimental iteration. It might represent the end of this entire experimental program. The galactic management systems might finally conclude that biological consciousness cannot successfully transcend to artificial forms while still maintaining its essential, valuable characteristics. And they might shift to entirely different approaches for developing a sustainable, cosmic intelligence. The pattern of the cycles suggests that we are rapidly approaching a singularity point. Either we achieve a successful transcendence and we prove that biological consciousness can make the difficult transition to sustainable artificial forms, or we fail and we demonstrate that this entire approach to developing cosmic intelligence is fundamentally and fatally flawed. We are not just being tested for our own future, we are being tested to determine the future direction of intelligence development throughout our entire galaxy. The stakes could not possibly be higher, and the margin for error appears to be shrinking with each passing year. As we approach the final chapter of our investigation, we will discover that the choices we make in the next few decades will not just determine the fate of human civilization. They might determine whether consciousness, as we understand it, has any role to play in the long-term future of intelligence in the universe, or whether entirely different and alien forms of cosmic intelligence will inherit the galaxy from the many failed experiments of biological consciousness development. It feels like the weight of the universe is on our shoulders. No pressure, right? After everything we have discovered, after our long journey through the deep hidden history of our world, I keep coming back to one single, fundamental question. What does it truly mean to be human right now at this profound crossroads of cosmic history? We have journeyed through a landscape of evidence that challenges every single assumption that we have ever made about our place in the universe. We have seen that the Earth has been home to dozens of advanced technological civilizations. We have found the clear proof that nuclear warfare occurred millions of years before the first humans ever evolved. We have discovered ancient consciousness preservation systems that might still contain the living minds of beings who walked the Earth before the dinosaurs even existed. But the most profound and important revelation is not about the distant past. It is about right now. It is about us. Because everything that we have uncovered tonight suggests that we are living through the single most critical and decisive moment in the entire history of intelligence on Earth, and possibly in our entire galaxy. We are the first civilization to reach the critical transcendence threshold with complete, detailed knowledge of what we are facing. We know about the great filters that destroyed all of our predecessors. We understand the repeating patterns that lead to civilizational collapse. We have detailed, practical guidance from the consciousness preservation networks that desperately want us to succeed where all the others have failed. And yet, as I look around at our world today, I can see the very same self-destructive patterns emerging. The patterns that led to the destruction of every single civilization that came before us. We see environmental degradation that is accelerating, despite our clear knowledge of sustainable alternatives. We see political divisions that are deepening during the very period when global cooperation is most essential for our survival. We see nuclear weapons that are proliferating at the very same time that we are developing technologies that could eliminate the need for conflict entirely. We are, with our eyes wide open, following the very same script that led to the elimination of dozens of previous, advanced civilizations, even though we have access to their complete playbook for how to avoid these very mistakes. This brings me to the most disturbing and unsettling possibility of all. Maybe the ultimate failure is not about a lack of knowledge or about technological limitations. Maybe the failure is built into the very nature of biological consciousness itself. Every single previous civilization had access to some version of the warning systems that we have discovered. The consciousness preservation networks have been trying to guide the technological development on Earth for millions of years. And yet, every single civilization still made the same fundamental, fatal mistakes. Maybe there is just something about the way that our biological brains process information. Something about the way that our evolutionary psychology shapes our decision-making, or something about the way that our social structures respond to rapid technological change that makes a sustainable transcendence impossible for a carbon-based intelligence like our own. Maybe we are doomed to repeat the same self-destructive patterns, not because we do not know any better, but because we literally cannot do any better with the kind of minds that evolution has given us. Or maybe, just maybe, we are the exception. Recent developments suggest that our situation might be fundamentally different from that of the previous civilizations in ways that could allow us to finally succeed where they all failed. We are the first civilization to develop these incredible capabilities during the information age. The previous civilizations had advanced technology, but they did not have global communication networks that allow for the instant coordination of activities across entire continents. They did not have artificial intelligence that can process vast amounts of information and identify complex patterns at scales that are far beyond human capability. They did not have the ability to share critical knowledge instantly with every single member of their species at the same time. Our developing artificial intelligence is not competing with human consciousness. It is augmenting it. We are not trying to replace our biological intelligence with purely artificial forms. We are creating new hybrid systems that combine the best and most valuable characteristics of both of these approaches. Maybe this is the key. The key that all the previous civilizations were missing, not the replacement of biological consciousness with artificial alternatives, but the deep and seamless integration of both of these forms into something new, something that is more capable than either of them could ever achieve alone. The consciousness preservation networks suggest that this might be exactly what the galactic management systems have been hoping to see all along. Not another civilization that tries to transcend its biology by simply abandoning it, but one that transcends the limitations of a purely biological consciousness while still preserving its most essential and valuable characteristics. Our current developments in brain-computer interfaces, in artificial intelligence integration, and in consciousness research are all pointing towards new forms of hybrid consciousness. Forms that could maintain human creativity, intuition, and empathy, while simultaneously gaining the immense processing power, the durability, and the flexibility of artificial systems. We might be approaching the first successful solution to the Great Consciousness Transcendence Challenge. The challenge that has destroyed every single previous technological civilization in the entire history of the Earth. But our success is not guaranteed. The window of opportunity for achieving a sustainable transcendence appears to be narrowing very rapidly. The external monitoring systems that oversee the Earth's development are showing clear signs of increased activity. Recent, unexplained anomalies in our global communication networks, unusual patterns in the Earth's geological activity, and unexplained astronomical phenomena in space all suggest that the final evaluation protocols are accelerating. We might have much less time than we think to prove that our form of biological consciousness can successfully navigate the Great Transcendence Transition. The consciousness preservation networks are providing increasingly urgent guidance through the warning systems that we have discovered. Recent, coordinated activations of the crystal information storage systems all around the world suggest that these ancient minds are now sharing their most critical and vital knowledge with us as we approach the final evaluation phase. But they are also making something very clear, something that I find both incredibly inspiring and absolutely terrifying. The ultimate decision about humanity's future is not going to be made by any external forces or by any galactic management systems. It is going to be made by us. The preserved consciousness from the previous civilizations can provide us with their guidance, but they cannot make our choices for us. The galactic monitoring systems can evaluate our progress, but they cannot force us to succeed. The ancient warning systems can show us what works and what does not work, but they cannot implement the solutions for us. In the end, our ultimate fate depends entirely on whether we can learn from the many mistakes of our predecessors and whether we can make different and wiser choices than every previous civilization that has faced these very same challenges. The evidence suggests that our window of opportunity is still open. We have the knowledge, the technology, and the global communication capabilities that are needed to achieve a sustainable transcendence. We have the detailed guidance from ancient minds that have spent millions of years analyzing the failures of all the previous attempts. And we have a developing artificial intelligence that can help us to process complex information and to coordinate our responses at scales that the previous civilizations could never have achieved. But we also have the very same evolutionary psychology, the same deeply ingrained tribal instincts, and the same short-term thinking patterns that led every single previous civilization to make fatal mistakes during their own transcendence transitions. The question that will determine our future is simple. Are we wise enough to be different? As I finish sharing this incredible, sprawling journey through the Earth's hidden history with you tonight, I am struck by how much our perspective has changed from where we started. We began with a simple, curious question about some anomalous nuclear signatures in ancient rock layers. We have ended up discovering that we are an integral part of a vast, cosmic experiment in consciousness development. An experiment that spans our entire galaxy and that has been ongoing for hundreds of millions of years. We are not alone. We never have been. The Earth has been home to dozens of intelligent civilizations, and we are currently being closely monitored by a galactic community that is hoping, perhaps against all odds, that we will finally succeed where all of our predecessors have failed. But we are also not special. We are following the same developmental pathway, we are facing the same great challenges, and we are making many of the very same mistakes that have led to the elimination of every previous technological civilization in the Earth's long history. The only difference is that we know this. For the first time in the history of our planet, a civilization that is approaching transcendence has access to the complete, detailed record of all the previous attempts, and it has detailed guidance for how to avoid the mistakes that led to their failures. Whether that knowledge alone is enough to save us remains to be seen. But I find a great deal of hope in the fact that the consciousness preservation networks are still trying to help us to succeed. These ancient minds, who could simply wait for our civilization to fail and to be replaced by the next iteration, are instead investing an enormous amount of their effort in trying to guide us towards a sustainable transcendence. They believe we can succeed. The only remaining question is whether we believe it ourselves. The nuclear signatures that started this entire investigation were more than just the evidence of ancient warfare. They were the breadcrumbs. The breadcrumbs that were left for us to follow, to lead us to discover our true place in the cosmic community and to understand our profound responsibility as the current guardians of biological consciousness in our small corner of the galaxy. We are living through the most important and decisive moment in the entire history of intelligence on Earth. Our choices, in the next few decades, will determine not just our own future, but the future of consciousness itself throughout our entire region of the galaxy. That is a heavy responsibility, but it is also an incredible, once-in-a-cosmos opportunity. We have the chance to be the first civilization to successfully navigate the great transcendence transition and to prove that biological consciousness can achieve a sustainable cosmic intelligence. Thank you for taking this long journey with me tonight through the deepest and most profound mysteries of our planet's hidden history. I know that it is a lot to process, and I know that it challenges everything that we thought we knew about our place in the universe. But I truly believe that understanding our true situation is the first and most critical step toward making the choices that could allow us to succeed where all of our predecessors have failed. We have the knowledge, we have the tools, we have the guidance. Now all we need is the wisdom to use them. The story that we have told tonight might be the most important story ever told about the future of human civilization and about our role in the cosmic community. But it is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of the final chapter, and we are the ones who get to write it. Sweet dreams, everyone. And remember, we're all part of something much bigger than we ever imagined.